Hello everyone. Can you hear me? Can you see me? Get this out of the way. That's not what I wanted to do. Oh, poop. That's not what Okay, can everyone see me? Can you hear me? If you are here, please let me know just so that I make sure that you guys can you're not looking at just a picture. I'm trying to rearrange this desktop thing. Okay. Hello everyone. Welcome back to my channel. If you are new here, my name is Sarah. I run a small business online called Sarah Ann Creations. It's mainly embroidery related, but I do embroidery. I also do well, I'm kind of a jack of all trades. But mostly what's on my website as of right now is embroidery, um, crochet, and some shirts and things like that. So I mostly am in that realm of like crochet, embroidery, and like DTF stuff. So that's my main stuff. I also have a small Etsy shop that has some digitized items that I have created over the last several years. There's not a lot on there, but I still keep it up there. I also have a Spoonflower shop under Sarah Ann Creations. It's a Spoonflower shop is a website where you go and you look through all the artists' designs, and then you can have those designs printed on a variety of materials, such as different types of fabrics, wallpaper. You can have it made into home decor items. So I also have a shop on there. And then I just recently I was added as a licensed artist to Crafts with Crashly. She specializes in diamond painted related items, so pens, release papers, tumblers, things like that. So I am a licensed artist with her as well. I do need to link her stuff. I will have to do that after the live and link it in the description. I really do also need to link all the things that I use so that people can see at a glance of what I use and what, if they're interested in trying something out for themselves, they can go down there. So I really need to do that. So that's a little bit about me. Um, and I think that's it. So today I'm going to be working on some bags. I mean, most everyone who watches me knows I'm they refer to me lovingly as the bag lady. Um which I don't love the name, but I understand it's an easy way to get it across. So I make embroidered bags, but I also do a lot of other embroidery stuff. I know a lot of people who know me just from this channel, they know that I make the bags, but I also, that's not where I started. Bags was not how I started. I mostly started even smaller, so little small items. So maybe one day I will, or later I'll get into more of the things that I make that are smaller related. Like, I mean, just for example, um, I do, I mean, these are gift card holders. So you would tuck the gift card inside, and then you hang it from your tree. So it's a nice little gift for Christmas, especially for like the hard to shop for people. Like you want it to look cute, but you also know the person's not going to like anything you buy, so you just give them a gift card. So that's what that's for. Hi, Nancy. Welcome. How are you today? Thank you for stopping by. I also have these other gift card holders. So I have the snowman. I also have the little reindeer. These are gift card holders. So there's a girl version with the long eyelashes, and then there is a boy version with just his little eyes. So I have those. I also have candy cane holders that I make as well. And the candy cane holders can be not personalized or personalized. So you can also go on my website and you can get the candy cane holders not personalized, but then you could also get them personalized with a name. I have had classrooms, or not classrooms, I've had teachers reach out to me to do a whole classroom set for their entire class where I put all their names on it. I've also had parents reach out to me saying, hey, I want to get a whole classroom set for my child's class, and I also want the teachers' names on them. So you can also get that through my website as well, especially since the holidays are coming up. There's a lot of like different things you can do. Also, I do also have, I haven't, there's a lot of things that I also make that I haven't put up on my website. So I I should do that. I just haven't found the time. So, I also make treat bag holders. So this you can also put a gift card in. That's totally doable. So you just open it up. I like to slide this so that the knot doesn't come out. Um, and you just put, so he's got a clear tummy. So you just put your gift card or treat or candy or money or whatever you want to put in there. And then you close it back up, and then you can hang it on the tree. So I have like Santa, and I have a gingerbread man. I also have stockings, a little red and a little green stocking. So I have like different things like that. I think most people who follow me only know me for the bags, and that's fine, but I do have a lot more stuff on my website other than bags. So if you're ever looking for anything like gift related, go to my website, and that's sarahanncreations.com. First off, before I get started on some bags today, I wanted to do a little bit of um restocking of my um stickers. Sorry guys. If you ever hear me like pause and try to think what I'm saying, it's because I lose my train of thought so easily. It's unreal. So, um I make all my own stickers for all my packaging when I send out packages from my shop. So, I need to restock some of them. And that's what I'm going to do right now. So I'm going to restock my thank you stickers and my Happy Meal stickers. These go on all of my packages when I send them out. And I have a silhouette cameo. I think it's the second one they had. So it's a silhouette cameo too. So it's old. It's pretty old. I've had it for a very, very long time. Probably 10 plus years. Some of the new fancy ones are just incredible, and I'm like, ooh, I want one. And then I'm like, no, if this one works fine. Let me go in. No, I don't want to go to the shop. I want to go into my design. Oh. I guess I closed that. So how is everyone? I hope you are having a good day so far. It's Saturday, and I know in the diamond painting community, there's a lot of people that go live on Saturdays and Sundays. Like, there's a lot. And I always feel bad that I go live, but I homeschool, so pretty much through the entire week, I have no opportunity to go live. And so I homeschool and I'm taking care of the kids and running them around, doing whatever I need to do, getting basic stuff done. And then whenever um whenever I have just like a chance, like if they're being watched by the grandparents or my husband's home and can watch them, I jump on. Like it's not to be mean. Like I hope no one ever thinks that I get on a live to take away from other people because that's not it at all. And I'm just trying to get in time where I can get it done because I know if I don't force myself to do it or have some kind of motivation like with people watching or something, people hanging out with me, I probably won't do it. So, right now, you have a Cricut maker? Um, I had the old Cricut stuff. So I had a very old Cricut that was, the little mat that you had to put on it and the little cartridges you had to put into it. I had those, one of those. Um, so I had that. And then I also had the Gypsy. Do you remember the Gypsy? It was like a little take with you little thing. And then it stopped working. And then I also had a Cricut Imagine that could print and cut. And, everything started to stop working because I think they were transitioning over to, everything online. And they stopped supporting any of their product. And I was like, well, I'm sick of this. Like, so I went with Silhouette and I'm so glad I did. I prefer Silhouette like a million times over. Not that there's anything wrong with Cricut, but I just prefer Silhouette and the things you can do. And I also like that you can design outside of the internet. So you don't need to be connected to the internet unless you're purchasing something. Other than that, you can design all day long and you can run the machine without having to be connected, which I love. Yeah, the Gypsy just totally stopped working on me. And I was like, seriously? I just spent like, what was it, like $100, $200 on that thing? Oh, I was so mad. I was like, so mad. Okay, now let me find my cord. It's always fun trying to find where all the cords are. Okay, connect. Okay, now it's connected. Okay, I want to cut it. My phone is making weird noises. I don't want to sketch. Why is it telling me to sketch? Oh, no. No, I don't want a pen holder. I want to cut it. Sticker paper. Wait. There we go. Now it's gonna cut. I don't go. I don't know why it does that. Okay. That's good. Send. Oh, I've never done rhinestones. Here's my other questions. Do people not like that I don't read who left the comment? Because I know there are some people who will read the comment. Like Nancy says, I use my Silhouette for rhinestone work. Like, do people get mad that I don't do that? Hi, honey. If anyone's ever curious, the Matt Scout is my husband. So he's checking in from work. How is work? I miss you. Um, Nancy, have you seen the new silhouette that has like it's like what's the the static base? Um, it's like it electros. It's like an electrostatic base, and like you turn it on, and it holds the paper to it, like static electricity. Like it's so cool. Montana. There's so much stuff in the way behind the putter. I really need better organization in my craft area because it's not great. I know, it's really cool. I saw that. I think they came out with that like maybe a year or two ago. It's super cool. I'm like, oh, I want an electrostatic base because then it keeps you from you don't need this anymore, which I think is incredible. I'm like, you don't need that anymore? I just think it's so cool. You don't need the sticky, um, um, what do you call them? Sticky sheet? Sticky, I don't know. You, you don't need that sticky thing anymore. Matte, that's the word. Mats. Yeah, I still have my old silhouette mats, and I just recently. So these ones I've had since I got the machine, so I've never changed them. Um, so they've lasted a long time, but they're beat up. Um, and I finally replaced them a while ago with um these mats from Amazon, which are great, but um yeah, it's kind of a pain in the butt to have to keep replacing things if you need to. Luckily I don't use my silhouette a ton, but when I do, like there's specific reasons why I'm using it. So while this is cutting, I will show you the bags I'm planning on working on today. So I'm planning on working on another one of these. These are some new patterns that are going to be coming to my shop. Now, so if you guys saw my last live, you know my brain is always in 500 different places between homeschooling, keeping budget tracked in our house, you know, grocery lists, all the things that you have to keep up with as a mom, plus homeschooling on top of it. And then my dog Zoe having major surgery. Um, when I go to make something, I completely forget exactly what I wanted to do. So this has this has a white zipper, and I had intended it to have a black zipper. So I'm going to make another one with a black zipper, and then we'll kind of compare which one I like better. Um, I mean, this looks fine. There's nothing wrong with it. But if you know me, you know I'm kind of a perfectionist, and like if something doesn't look exactly the way that I want it to, then I feel like it's useless, even though it's totally not. There's nothing wrong with this bag. Absolutely nothing. But so this one's gonna be my Halloween treats bag. Um, and then I have, so this is the see-through version. So what I kind of like about the see-through version is when I take photos with them together, you can see what the inside color should be on my basic bag. So my basic bag, if you can see, I did put a black zipper on this one. So this is the same as this one, and then the orange will be your liner on the inside of this. And I don't know how long I'll be able to have the orange on the inside of the liner for the liner because um I don't have much orange left. So we'll just see how that goes. I ever since Joanne closing, I kind of have to be more flexible with what I do because or what I offer, or if I run out of something, oh well, I'm just gonna have to go look for something somewhere else. So um and I may not have even gotten that at Joann's. It might have been Hobby Lobby. I don't know. It, I buy fabric from all over the place now, so it's all over. Now, I'm gonna make another one of these today. And this is my second new one. This is just gonna be my snowman. I couldn't think of a clever name for it. Snowman. I thought about winter snowman, and I'm like, well, that's dumb because snowman is, yeah, they're every. I'm like, snowmen are only in winter. Can't have a snowman any other time. So this will just be like, my snowman print. I love this one too, but I think I'm definitely more in love with the Halloween treat one. That one's my favorite. And then I only try to make Winter Wonderland's cute. Yeah, I like that name. Um I only try to make a couple bags at a time. So a couple see-through bags of one print, a couple basic bags of one print, maybe one or two mini bags if I have the leftovers enough for it. Um because over the last year I I I pre-manufactured a bunch of bags and then they never sold. And they were granted they were custom bags, but they never sold. And so like it hurt. It hurt to see like good fabric that could be used for other things not be sold. So I have like a whole box of that's why I'm not doing a lot of specific bags for events. And if I do decide to make an event bag, I am scaling it way down, like maybe one or two or three, and see if they sell. If they sell, then I'll maybe make one or two more, just so that I don't waste all my really good fabric. Because a bag, like this bag is fine, right? But on the inside, I have already personalized it with the event. So the event is on the inside. And if these don't sell, I don't know what I'm going to do with them. I have a ton of these. Like, I have like 10 of these or more left. So I love the print, but I have essentially wasted all of this fabric, the zipper, everything, because I've personalized the inside or the outside. So I need to do it. That's why I'm only doing like one or two at a time. Um, just just to save. I don't like to waste things. It that that frustrates me because I want to get the most out of what I can. Okay. And it would be a dream to get some of my it would be a dream to get some of my fabric printed, like some of my designs printed on fabric. I just haven't gotten to that point yet, and that's where I'm kind of hesitant, is because sitting on so many bags that I already have and prints that I've already made into bags and they not sell makes me hesitant to invest so much money um into printing fabric, because depending on when I have the fabric printed on Spoonflower, it may not be on sale. And when it's not on sale, a yard of fabric that is custom printed is $20 or more. And that's a big investment. The poppies, sure. So I have now, just a reminder, I originally made this bag with a black zipper and I completely spaced it out. It looks way better with black zipper. And I don't have one to show because I sold it. So, but this, I'm going to remake. Well, these are going to still be for sale. Obviously, there's nothing wrong with them. And if somebody likes a white zipper better, great. But I will be making more with a black zipper. And then I do also, well, I guess I need to make a regular poppy bag too, because I did also have a poppy basic bag. If you can't, sorry, probably hard to see in the clear. So here's the poppy bag. And what I was going for this for Oz and Og was the poppy field right before they got to the Emerald City. That was my inspiration for it. So I do have a basic bag for this, but those have been sold too. So I will be working on that as well today. Maybe I should write a list of what I need, and to write black zipper or white zipper next to it so I don't screw it up. And if you guys are wondering, so here's my thank you for supporting my small business. So that goes on the back of all my packages. Also, I am waiting. I finally ran out of mailers. So I have no more mailers. And I ordered more mailers, but they haven't shipped them yet. So I'm a little nervous. Now, granted, I don't have any open orders right now, so that's good. And luckily, it's a holiday weekend, so I wouldn't be able to ship anything out anyway. But it makes you nervous when you're like, oh no, I ran out. And normally I'd be more on top of it. Like, if I had a lot of orders coming in, I would be more on top of it. But I am a very slow small business. It's not like I get like 50 orders in a day. I probably get 50 orders in a year. So, if I was sending a lot of things out, I would have like ordered way ahead of time. But I was like, oh, I live in Colorado, in northern Colorado. Oh, I wanted to show you guys this. So, I also crochet, and I recently crocheted. I didn't know what I was going to do with them. I just made a whole bunch of them. So I made a whole bunch of these like really pretty, not the backside, these sunflower granny squares. So I make these sunflower granny squares, And I wanted to do something with it, so it's really crappy because I've never made one before. So I turned it into a bag. So I see all the flaws and all the screw ups. But so I turn it into this really long bag, and then you open it up and it's got sunflower lining on the inside. So I thought that was cute. So that's my little sunflower bag that I made. Um yeah. I don't know. But that was that bag. All right. Then I need to. Then the next ones I'm gonna cut are Happy Mail. So those are my Happy Meal stickers. Let me go up here. And if you see me keep looking down, this is where I have all the comments because once I start working like on my embroidery machine, I have it like have my screen tilted down and I can't read any of them. So, well, that's why I keep looking down. I have you on my iPad. Now I'm gonna we're gonna throw this sticker paper. Okay. I also tell me if you think anyone would be interested in some pumpkin crocheted crocheted pumpkins because I made these crocheted pumpkins about I don't know 2 years ago and I have a ton of them, but I don't have any craft fairs around me that are like before like Halloween. So I just have them sitting and uh I'll show you them in a second. I just have them sitting over there and I would rather them be purchased or somebody to use them. Let me go grab. Okay. Hi, Stephanie. Welcome. How are you? Okay, so here's my pumpkins. So first I have this cream colored one. And then I have like this, I call this my oatmeal pumpkin. So it's kind of like more rustic looking, I guess. Um, so there's the pumpkins. So these are my small sizes. And then I have a few mini sizes. Or not mini, like medium sizes. So here's those. They're all hand crocheted by me. And then we have like teeny tiny mini ones that are these are velvet. They're velvet yarn. Just have a bunch of like little mini to use up some of my scraps. So these are like my little mini pumpkins. Um yeah, I just have a bunch. I have just a bunch of them like hanging around. Um, and they're just sitting. And I have nowhere to sell them to. So I'm like, should I put these on my website? I don't know. But then I worry about people and shipping. Like I don't know what this would be to ship, and I so I end up sitting on a whole ton of stuff. So heck, I still have stuff from when I did a lot of polymer clay. Like I did earrings, all kinds of things. So do you think it would be worth me putting them up for sale? I don't know. Well, and I did recently apply for a craft fair that I was in a couple years ago. Thank you. I haven't been in the craft fair for a year in that specific one. So I applied for it and I should find out in the beginning of September sometime. Hopefully I will get in because that would hopefully help just, my business a little. Um, yeah, I need to figure out how I would box. I have boxes, but they're not huge. This could maybe fit one. I don't know what to do. You guys want to see my earring? I also have cards. Um, like I said, like I'm a crafter at heart. I've always done different crafts my whole life. So I mean, I am handmade cards. You name it, I have them. I mean, handmade cards. Um, um, earrings, earrings. Um, so I have. You can't see anything in a package. I have my rose polymer clay earrings. I don't know. You can see them. Those are my polymer clay earrings. I have pink and like these are more like a pink pearl, pink, and a white pearl, and then like purple. Get my face out of the way. Pink. Uh, just some little. These are just basic little stud earrings made out of polymer clay. And there's a bunch of odds and ends in here. And then magic wallets, the really crappy quality ones. um, Where did I put the other box? Oh, I was like, I put it down, and now I don't remember where I put it down at. Ah, I also have other cards. I mean, so those are some cards. Here's some cards. Here's Christmas cards. Christmas cards. Also, gift card holders. So these were gift card holders where you take it and you pull this up and you insert your gift card between the two tabs here and down at the bottom. And then you slide it back in. And there's your little gift card for coffee or whatever. I have so much stuff, guys. In there. Oopsies. It's getting stuck. Wow. All right. So I have those gift card holders. I have Santa gift card holders. Snowman gift card holders. Reindeer gift card holder. And then like some of my, Christmas cards. Another Christmas card. This one was fun too. It's like two doors, and then you can open it up and it says like Merry Christmas in it. Different. Like that. This one I like a lot. This one actually has like an ornament, so I crocheted the snowflake, and you can take it off and put it on your tree. A round card. Yes, there are some lawn fawn in there. Yep. This one I actually did a video on years ago. Happy holidays. I have a Thanksgiving one in there. Oh, I have a Mother's Day one in there. So, just like different random holidays. And then during the pandemic, I also had made this is when my drawing journey kind of began. I drew these and then cut them out of vinyl, like not heat transfer vinyl, but like sticky vinyl. So I drew this, and then that's out of vinyl. I forgot these were in there. Then I drew this. And that's out of vinyl. I forgot I had those in here. It's almost like when you're a kid, like when your parents would tell you to go clean your room, and you'd go to your room and you'd start cleaning it up, and you found like all the stuff that you thought you had lost or things that you forgot you even had, and then you end up like sitting there playing with it or like going down memory lane. That's what it's like for me. When I don't mess with things for a long time, and then I'm like, ooh, look what I found. Ooh, look at what I made. That's pretty much how my life goes. Thank you, Nancy. Yeah, I used to try and sell those on my Etsy shop, and I feel like everything, like most of the things that I have tried in the past have failed. So, when something just doesn't work out, I just kind of store it away, and I'm like, maybe one day. Maybe one day. Let me Oh, I have always wanted to show you guys the beaded, I did a bead crochet ornament. I followed a tutorial by, wow, her name is, Daniela? I'd have to look her up. I forgot her name. But she makes some of the most beautiful beaded items. Yeah, it's top. Pegging's one. So I used to make these as well. Ornaments for Christmas. I used to make these. So I just put them on my tree. And then 2 years ago, I made this beaded ornament. So this was my first time doing anything beaded. So I bead crocheted onto a foam ball, and this is what it looks like. I really like how, I mean, it's not perfect, but I really like how it turned out. And I had never done bead crochet before that, but yeah, there's some spots where I'm like, but when it's hanging up, it's pretty. Bet you guys didn't know you were gonna get um a show and tell on today's live. Here, let me show you all the things that I make. I also, if you guys don't know, it's another thing I've never put down. I could do that, yeah. So what I've usually end up doing, since I have all those, like if a birthday comes up, I'll run downstairs and I'll grab a birthday card or something, so that they weren't going to waste. Another thing that I've made, it's here somewhere. If you guys don't know, I also embroider baseballs, which I have not put on my website either. I don't put these, like when something is not successful, I automatically assume nobody wants to see it. But this this was kind of a mess up. This one. Now, granted, I couldn't tell you what the mess up was. Oh, yeah. This was the mess up. It didn't stitch right, so I had to remake it. But here's the baseball that I embroidered. Oops. It's hard for me to do this correctly. And so what I actually did is I took a baseball, and I actually took it apart. So it has two petals. So this is petal 1, and this is petal 2 that make up the ball. You peel it apart, like you cut the laces and you peel it apart. And then I put it on my embroidery machine and I embroidered it. And then I put it back together and I restitched it. And I restitched it with black and green stitching. Now I have a bunch of different stitching colors over there. But yeah, I've done baseballs before too. I think I've only done about 3 of them. But I would like to do more of them. They're pretty fun to make. Are they time consuming? Yes. Very time consuming, especially the stitching at the end. Hold on. Siri, go away. The stitching at the end is very time consuming, and it would probably be easier if I had a jig to like hold it for me while I'm doing it. But instead I like squish it between my knees and like so yeah, that's fun too. So baseballs. Done that before. Yes, they are a lot of work. They are a lot of work. Okay. Did I get all them? There should be 8, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh. I'll put pop back on here. Whoa. I think I also like to go live and share with everyone things that I make because I like I said, most everyone knows me as, like I said, the lady who makes the bags. And that's not just who I am. So I like people to know like I do a lot of different things. I'm not just one. I mean, that's probably a bad thing where you're not just making one item, but then I kind of put my desk cover back on my machine. That, and let me put these away. So I keep a binder filled with all of my stickers that I use. So all my Happy Mail stickers will go here. And all my thank you stickers will go here. We'll see if I need to print any more of this. Okay, so then this go here. All right, now we can start on bags. Let me write down what I need to do so that I make sure that I use the right color zipper. So I want a poppy. So technically I should do 2 see-through poppy bags with black zipper. I'll underline it. Black zipper. Okay. Then I want to do 2 poppy bags, 2 basic poppy bags with black. Okay, I have another question. Is there anyone in here who has my bags? Um, I think Stephanie does. I'm not sure if Nancy does. Nancy, do you have one of my bags? So my question is, do you think this bag is too big? Would you prefer a slightly smaller bag, or do you think this is a great size bag for your needs? For whether it's diamond painted related, I mean, you can put makeup in here, you can put whatever you want in here. Now, I can't go any bigger. This is as big as my machine will let me go. So I wonder if it's too big and it could be a little smaller. That's one of my questions. Okay, so I want two of those with black zipper. Black zipper. Okay. Those ones are fine. Oh, I want one snowman, one see-through. With white zipper. Okay, good. I just want to make sure because I'm like, because there are times now around school time, I would kind of like to do like little bags for like kids, for their pencils and stuff, because I think this is a little big for a little kid to take, but for an adult who likes to store things, it's probably an okay size. So I only need one of those, and then I need two Halloween tree. Oh wait, two see-through. Halloween bag with black. Okay, Nancy, take your time. You're fine. With black. Two see-through Halloween treat bags with black zipper. And I might just try one just to see if I like them or not. I'm glad you like my bags, Stephanie. That always makes me happy. I like to hear from customers. Not to like boost my ego, but like to actually hear like they're happy with it. Because, a lot of times like when somebody makes a purchase, you never hear from them again. And you're like, "Ooh, did they like it? Did they not like it? Is there something I should have done different?" So you just want to make sure that you're making your customers happy. Um Also, I need to put a thing on Instagram or something that if you've purchased a bag from me, not for me, from me, go to my Facebook page. On my Facebook page, you can leave a review. So I have Sarah Ann Creations Facebook, and um you can leave a review on there to say like, "Oh, these are great bags," or I don't know if it helps anything, but I mean, it's nice for people who may find me and they go, "Oh, she makes stuff? Oh, okay. Well, is it good stuff or is it bad stuff?" So I need to put something like that on my Instagram, like, "Hey, come over and write a review," or something. I don't really know exactly how it all works, but okay, so I have those written down. I have down what I want to do, so I have that. Oh, do I need to make another purple one? I don't know. Oh, wait, no, that's. Oh, these will also be on my website. So, I also will have these purple ones. So I have a peach one. So I have this mini peach floral. So this is the mini peach floral, and then the basic bag. And then I will have my mini purple floral and the basic bag. So those will be going up on my website as well. This morning I took a whole bunch of pictures, and I have to do some more pictures later after I've made all these bags. And then I have to watermark them and all that stuff. So that's what I will do later today. So these will be going up as well. Now I just need, so I'm going to go ahead and move my table so that it's easier for me to access while I'm working on my machine. And then I can hook up my phone to my computer so you guys can watch the machine stitch. I do love that I can move these tables around. That is very useful. So, okay, now I will move this. Let me just turn this off so you guys don't get sick when I move it. Okay. Okay. Have that moved. Now I gotta grab my burger. Lots of steps. Okay. It's still here, I promise. Okay. Okay, there we go. So that's set up. Now I'm gonna go ahead and get my phone set up. You guys are just along for the ride. Nope. Need this. And hook this up. Okay. And then I'll just test it to make sure that's working. Perfect. Okay. Now, let me see what I need. So, 2 see-through poppy bags. So I do have a basic poppy bag ready to go. Maybe I'll do that one first. least do one of these. The Wizard of Oz. Oh yeah, the Wizard of Oz bag. Yeah, I think there's 5 of those left. And once they're gone, they're gone. Just because I don't have any more of the fabric. It'll be all gone. I was able to snag that fabric extra when Joann's was closing. Just by luck. I saw it when they were closing and I was like, oh. But you know, they had to have made a killing when they were closing because you couldn't use coupons or anything on anything. And you know, all the prices went up because you couldn't use coupons. And I was like, are you really going out of business? Because if you were, you would be slashing everything. I think they just wanted to try and recoup as much money as possible. Okay, so I'm gonna try and tuck some of these. So you see my threads down here? Oh yeah, here. You see my threads down here? They get loose. So then they kind of get in the way. So I have to hook them back. So I hook it on this hook. Then I have to press this button. And this little guy comes out, and this helps me to thread the needle. And then I press it, and it pulls it through. Now, apparently not all machines have a self-threading thing. So some machines you have to actually thread it yourself. So I'll show you again. You guys can see here. I like to show you guys what I do so that you can actually come along and you're not like, what is she doing? Okay, so it's already hooked on the little hook, and I'm going to push the button. That little guy comes out. I pull it around, cut it off here. Hopefully you can see that my fingers aren't in the way. Well, this one's not hooked, so I gotta go over. And my fingers are in the way. I'll put you over here. So I'm going to hold this guy down, and I hook it on this back here, and it's hooked. Then I press the button, and that little arm comes out, and I hook it around that arm, cut it off, and press the button, and it threads it for me. I'll do it for this next one. The white. That one's already hooked. I just have to put it around the arm. And the black one is already hooked. And I just put it around the arm. Like that. Voila! Done! Okay, so I'm going to change these all back to white. Cancel. Okay. Oh, that's not the bag I'm working on. Hold on. Gotta make sure I grab the bag I'm working on. Or I'll have another screw up set. And I'm just double checking it in my... Okay. Now I'm going to have it stitch. So we're just going to work... If I can go cut some more stuff, I'll... pull this up slightly so you guys can see. Is that good, everyone? Okay. Sewing. All right, so I'm going to get this started. And then I'm going to get fabric that I can start. Oh, it's in a butt. See, sometimes it doesn't work right. Gotta fix it. And once you're familiar with your machine, you can tell when it's not connecting. Like when it hasn't grabbed the bobbin thread underneath, you can tell. You're like, oh, I know that sound. Oh no. I think that's with most things. You get accustomed to what it should sound like or what it should be doing. And then when it's not, you're like, oh, I know it's not doing it. Okay, hopefully it'll work this time. Let's see. It's not catching. Sometimes I have to hold it so that it grabs the bobbin. Okay, the bobbin is not wanting to come up. So something's going on with my bobbin. Okay, now let's see if I can get the bobbin to work. We're going to try this again. There we go. Okay, now I'm going to go grab some more fabric. And I got to cut. Found it. Oh, sorry, guys. I wish I could keep it in view the whole time. Apparently, I can't. Okay. Okay. So I'm going to cut some more fabric. So on my website, for the ones that I will put up that have the not intended color for the zipper, I will put an option there that you can click that says white zipper or black zipper, and then there will be a picture that shows you with the white zipper or with the black zipper, so you can decide which one you want, and that's how you can choose it. So that, and I might cut one more. Okay. So I have enough for 4 bags right here. If you guys have any questions about anything, please let me know. I know that sometimes I can go quiet when I'm working, but if you have questions, please ask. That's what I'm here. I'm here to share. Um, or if you guys now also guys, so the other day, well, maybe not the other day, a little while ago, I went to a local fabric store and they had a super cute pattern that I love. I believe we're almost. Well, I know that sometimes it can be a little boring. Um, you know, just watching the same thing over and over again. Um, So I went to a fabric store, a local one near me, and they had a Halloween fabric that I love. But I'm like, should I buy it? I don't know. I'll have to show you the picture because I did take a picture of it with my phone because I liked it. And I knew there were some people in the community that would like it, but I didn't know if there'd be enough people that would like it. But it was just super cool. Let me cut this out one more thing. Jeremiah Kettner. I have not. There's Jeremiah Kettner fabric. Now, see, also, I'm going to be completely transparent with everyone. I diamond paint. Yes, I do diamond paint. I am not like a super avid diamond painter. Like, I diamond paint here and there. So, I don't know a whole lot about artists. Like, there are some artists that I think are cool, like I really like Dakota Detweiler's artwork. There are some that I do know, and then there's a lot I have no idea who they are. Like I'm familiar with Randall Spangler because I love to watch him when he's on drawing. Um, I don't know, I just get really like attracted to watching that. So Jeremiah Kettner, I've heard of the name. I don't know a lot about his artwork. So, not to be mean, it's just I don't know as much about it as a lot of other people do. With leopard leather, yeah, I would have to go rewatch because I know they did Kicking with Kettner. Um, I'd have to go. I'd have to look him up. Is he with Diamond Art Club, or is he with multiple places? I'm just cutting some extra fabric because I don't have enough to make all the poppy bags that I want to make. So, I guess you guys can watch me make. He's with Diamond Art Club. Okay, I will have to look him up. So I'm just cutting up some fabric. Sorry, I just like shoved the ruler in your face. 2, 4, 6. No. And then this is like my extra leftover fabric that I cut off. And this I could make, well, I guess I could make it for another bag. That or I can use it for smaller pieces, like for smaller things. I've also thought about using my extras for. Oh, I guess I can make another bag with that one. Don't waste it, Sarah. Use it. That'll be great. I can use it for another bag. Heck yeah. Um, nice. Okay. Right. So I have those. Maybe I'll wait on that to cut that. I'll cut this. So I'm gonna cut. Oh, there went my little cheat sheet. Okay. now I will do 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, and I will that. Now with this one, I can use this remaining piece for the for a see-through bag. Oh, you were! I hope you like it. Oh, that's so fun. Thank you for being my first customer. Then I take these over to heat press them. But what I will try and do is I will get this started. So, oh, look, I reached for a white one. I need black. Black zipper. I told you. So I plan, how many do I plan on me that have black zippers? 2, 4, 6. So I need 6 black zippers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. What do you use your small bag for? If I could ask. Because I don't usually sell a ton of small bags, the little mini bags, but I like to just know what people use them for. Like, do you use them for like your tips and your putty and your wax and your or do you use them for money and change and all that stuff? So you guys can't even see me. I'm like in a whole nother area. Oh, I take that down. Oh, nice. Chapstick and stuff. Yep, that's a good idea. You know what's funny is I've been making bags for what? A little over a year now. I think I started making bags in Oz and Og last year. For Oz and Og last year. And I don't think I've ever made a bag for myself. I I did keep one of the bags that I had made that wasn't up to my standards. And I used it for my kids I used it for my kids whiteboard markers because they use or dry erase markers. Yeah, whiteboard markers. I use it for my kids whiteboard markers because they go through them so much that I just threw them all in because one of the bags it stitched weird and I didn't want to try and sell it because I was like, oh, it's not my quality. So that's why. Okay, let me switch it back over. All right. Now, I would like to make this black. So I'm gonna go and make all my colors black. Now I can skip the first one because I already did the first one. Now we can do this one. Oh no, it locked you out. Hold on. There we go. It's back. And while that's doing that, I'm going to go ahead and go press these fabrics. See if my buzzer works today. Oh, it does! The last few times when I've turned on my, the beeper on my machine, or I've turned my machine on, the beeper hasn't worked. So I'm like, oh, is it good? Is it bad? Is it working? Is it not? Okay, now I gotta cut. Right there, guys. Just trying to. Right there, and then I can get that one going. Sometimes I wish there was multiple of me because I could get way more stuff done. But there is not. We'll come over in a second and get that going. Okay, now, since this is regular, I'm just going to turn you back to me. Okay, so now I turn it over and I have to cut out where the zipper is attached. And try not to cut the threads because then it'll unattach the fabric, or it'll unattach the zipper from the stabilizer. Okay. No idea what that is. And then I just kind of trim up some of these threads just so it's not so messy. Oh, there's another one. And they're not going to be super perfect, but now I can take my pieces of my bag. So on the back will be my liner. So I lay my liner down and I'm going to tape that. And then I tape each side. like this. Make sure I think it'll be okay. And then have this on this side. And take this down. Okay. And then I'm going to take, then the front, I will use my poppy fabric. And I lay that down, do the same thing as I did on the back, tape that down. You know, I have a ton of tape over here that I've saved. I should be using off of it. Okay, then I'll fold this over and I put it back onto my machine. Seriously, this goes black every time. I don't, that's annoying. Okay, then I have to get the fabric to the back, so I usually use my knitting needle, which I have knitted in the past, but I don't usually knit. I crochet. Okay, it's done. Then I stitch it. Let me make sure that I heat up my mini heat press. Okay, now that's attached, and I can remove it, and then I go press it. So you can't see me press because I'm over here in the corner. So I remove the tape from both the back and the front piece. It is stuck. Okay. Now, then I flip the back piece over. And I'm going to wait for it to warm up. I can just press it down. Kind of stuff in my way. I really need to clean down here. Okay. So then I tape it back down so that it's smooth when I go to stitch. And then I press down the back so that it's nice and smooth. Okay. Now I can put it back on the machine and it will make a little U shape one. Now, since that one's done, sorry guys. The phone is like right next to the arm, so. Okay, now I'm going to I have to attach my tag and open the zipper so that it doesn't seal itself shut. And then I take my pen and I take a ruler and I mark it every time so I know exactly where it goes, and all my bags look the same. They all have the tag in the same location, and then I just reuse this tape that's on the edge. And I can remove this tape because I don't need it. Then I open up the zipper, because if I don't open up the zipper, it'll seal my bag shut, and then my bag will be useless. So now I can put the front of my bag on. Oopsies. So here's the front piece, and I just lay that down. Make sure it's even on both sides. And then I take it back to the machine. And I put it back up. And go to the next one. And for this one, I like to hold this down a bit so that it doesn't, sorry if my arm's in the way. It won't be the whole time. I like to hold it down so that it keeps it sturdy and doesn't sit flat as it possibly can. Okay, and then that's just gonna go around like 3 more times. While it's doing that, I can go ahead and do some more of my fabric. That means my bobbin's out. So, if you look under the machine, and I pull this out, you can see this is empty. So I take this out. This is my bobbin. This one in particular is a magnetic bobbin from Filtech magnetic core bobbin. So I use these. I do really want to try so candle thread. I use candle thread as well. And they just released some magnetic bobbins, and I would really love to try theirs and see how I like them. They're considerably less expensive, but I don't know about the quality yet. I like their thread, so I'm assuming I would like their bobbins, but you'll never know until you try it. And the reason why I use magnetic bobbins is because the housing for the bobbin housing, is metal, And the magnet helps to make the thread come off at a more consistent pace and with a more consistent tension for your sewing. So that's why I use that. And then I just put it back in. I'm going to trim this, or first I'm going to make it go back several steps or several stitches. There we go. So I'm going to actually trim it and have it restart so that it seals it in and it doesn't unravel. There we go. And there we go. We're back at it. So then what I do with this is I will take it out. And now I go to the back of the bag. So I just make sure everything's tidied up, that there's no threads like coming to the inside, like right here. Make sure I trim threads that may get in the way. Try to make it as tidy as I can. Then I take my backing and I put it pretty side to pretty side so that it's the correct way. And I then will, I don't want it that high. Make it a little bit lower. There we go. And I just tape it in place so that it stays. This one at the top. Man, my voice is kind of going in and out. Okay, so then I tape all the corners so that it hopefully doesn't get hooked on my machine in any way. Then I can put this back on the machine and make it do its final stitch. And I hold it in place just to make sure things stay taut. And then that's the finished bag. So I will take this off. And then I just trim up any like remaining threads over here, which they will be hidden inside of the bag. They're not going to be out. Oh, one of my tapes came off. There it is. I don't know if I'll be able to get it to move. Let's see. Oh, there we go. Okay. One of the tapes came off. So here I can remove this tape. I just remove all the tape. Flip it over. And remove the tape from my zipper. Okay, so those are ready. And now I can take it off of my hoop. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to keep working on some bags so that I'll have a stack of bags to finish after I'm done. So I'm going to make one more of that same exact bag. So I'm going to hoop up my stabilizer. So this stabilizer is cutaway stabilizer, so it's thicker and it's more soft and fabric-like. If you can tell, you can barely hear it. Versus tearaway, which is what I use for my other bags, you can you hear that paper kind of sound? I don't know if you can hear it. It's kind of crunchy. It's more paper-like than this. This is soft and pliable. So this goes on my basic bags, and then my see-through bags are all tearaway. And then I'll just tighten this up. Tighten this up. And I will just repeat that process again. Usually I have 2 bags going at one time, but since I didn't have it all cut, I had to wait. So I'm just going to go ahead and do this one now. And it went off again. Lovely. Okay, so I'm going to just repeat the same pattern or the same design. It's going to do the exact same thing that I just did. Let me go finish doing my fabric. Press. Pressing, I use a little bit of my water bottle to like steam out the wrinkles in the fabric. Okay. And then while I'm over here, I also add my interfacing that needs to go on my bag. It goes into all of my bags. Put the top back on it. And I press. So these are almost done. Okay. So, whew, that's hot. Hot, hot, hot. My heat press is at like 300 degrees, so it's hot. Okay, now that this is done, I can put my zipper on. I just grab my zipper. I always, before I put a zipper on, I double check that it zips nicely. Yep. I get my zippers from Zip It, I think it's called. Yeah, Zip It. And she's on Etsy. I love her. In fact, I need to get more zippers, but her prices are great. Her quality of her zippers are amazing. She has a ton of colors. So if you really are into like um matching the zipper with everything, it's great. She's got so many colors. Now, on the other hand, I try to keep most of my stuff to black or white just because it's it's more simple. It's a simplified thing for me. Just white goes good with this, black goes good with this. Very rare instances will I get a certain color. Oh, see, it didn't work. Black had come out. Oh. Very rare instances will I get a certain color for a bag. I do have one bag that I did get a specific color for. And that was for a Christmas. I really wanted the red to go with it, and it's still not doing it. Oh yeah, it is. Sure. This is still not doing what I want it to do. So I'm gonna do it back one more. Because when it doesn't lock the stitch into place, that drives me insane. It should be locking the stitch into place, and it's not. Sometimes it thinks, there it's going. Sometimes I think the machine goes, oh, well, you were working on it anyway, so I don't need to lock it in place. That's not true. It's just going to attach the zipper to my stabilizer. Okay. Then once that's done, I will add I will cut out the zipper portion. So I go to the back and I kind of stab it in and cut out the zipper portion. Turn it and cut out the top part of the zipper portion. Okay. And then I just trim things up, blow away some of the threads. Okay. Now I can add my backing. So the inside liner to my bag is the green. That. And just use some of the tape I've already used. Okay, flip it over. Then I can add my front. So that's going to go like this. Grab another piece of tape. Okay, one more piece of tape. Okay, now I will put it back onto my machine. And resume. Tucking everything back with my knitting needle. So, does anyone have any questions for me? I'll just keep asking here and there to see if anyone wonders about what something's for or what something does. Tighten this side a little bit better. There we go. And then I will stitch it. Okay, once that's stitched, I can take it over to my heat press and heat press it so it's nice and smooth. That go off? Should not be going off. Okay. So I'm over at my little mini heat press. Just removing all my tape from the 3 sections that I put tape in. And I like flat. I'm taking the heat press, which turned off again. That's the only thing I do not like about this heat press is that it turns off rather quick. So that gets annoying. Still heat pressing. I'll be right there, waiting for it to heat up more. I tape it back down. Tape it down. Okay. Now I can put it back on the machine. And it will make a little U shape in stitching. Machine. I only have like 2 more steps to go. So we go to the next step. So once I remove it from the machine, you make it look so easy. I'm not creative at all. I can basically dye my paint. Well, I think it's just because I've done it so much that I'm like, oh, with this. But like I said, I still make a crap ton of mistakes. I mean, look at me forgetting to use the right color of zipper. Like, there's still mistakes that I make, but I think it's just repetition. Now, if you ask me to make one of the things that I haven't made in a long time, it would take me a while to get it right again. Because, I mean, it's just like when you're baking or something. If you haven't baked that item in a long time, your odds are you're going to mess it up a little bit. So here, I need to add another tag. This is not flat. Hold on, let me heat press it so it stays flat and I don't keep putting it back into my stuff. Oh, there we go. It's nice and flat. Use it. Okay. So I have to measure where I need my tag. Oops, it's not out. Help if the pen was out. And I make the mark on the outside of the line so that it's not marking my fabric. And then I just reuse the tape that's sitting there. I attach it. Take this tape off. Then I open my zipper, because if I don't, then it'll be sealed shut. Okay, there we go. Now I'm going to add the front panel of my bag on. And then I can put it over on my machine again. Okay. Now I'm going to hold it down. So then it makes it as smooth and flat as possible. Then follow it along, follow it back around, and then I let it go on its own. Yep. Black again. It's just sorry. It should catch up in a minute. It behind for a second. There we go. Now that that's done, I can take it off and put the back on. Right now I'm heating something up. I was just prepping another piece. Then I take this off and I will, sorry guys, I have so much on my table. It's kind of overwhelming. Okay, so I flip it over, make sure there's no threads that shouldn't be in that area. Okay. Now, some of these tapes are losing their stickiness. So I can take my fabric, like this, and lay that down. And tape it on. That one doesn't have a piece of tape anymore. Did I lose it? Nope. Oh, it was the one I pulled off. Okay. Tape a little bit at the top. take this corner and take this bottom. Okay. Now I can put it back on the machine to finish. So, put it back on the machine. Hopefully it didn't time out on me again. Okay. And I just fold it in place. That'll finish up. And then we can move on to the see-through bags. So you get to see the basic bags being made, and then you also get to see the see-through bags being made. So this is the basic bag. I just turn it over to make sure that everything looks okay before I cut it off of my, I don't cut it off, before I remove it from my embroidery hoop. Because if you remove it, there's a mistake, you should fix it while it's still in there, because there's no way you're going to get it back in that embroidery hoop the exact same way. So I just make sure that all looks well. And since I've used these tapes, well, this tape was probably still good. Some of these tapes are not good anymore because they lose their stickiness after a few reapplications. So that looks good. That bag looks good. Now I can remove it from the hoop. So I just remove it from both of these. Now, I do have magnetic hoops, which I love my magnetic hoops. When I first got them, I did not like them. I thought they were a pain in the butt and I didn't like them at all. Then as I used it, I saw how much easier. So if you see here, I'll give you a demonstration. So here I'm going to hoop up my tearaway, because that's what I'm going to be making now, are see-through bags, and I need tearaway stabilizer, right? So I add my stabilizer and I place my hoop and I shimmy it into place, right? Or force it into place. Then I just make sure it's pulled up on all sides, and then I tighten it down with my little specialty screwdriver. So I tighten it down, and then I flip it, and I tighten this side down too. Right? Make sure it's nice and tight. You want to make it like a drum. You probably can't hear that. No, but it's like a drum. So that's how you would do that. Now the problem is none of my bags actually fit in my largest magnetic hoop, which is very sad. But I'll show you, for example, my largest magnetic hoop is this one. So this is a magnetic hoop, right? So there are heavy duty magnets all within this hoop and within this one. So this one would go on the bottom. So I'm showing you the difference between hooping. You saw how long it takes me to hoop with this guy, right? Now, this is how long it takes me to hoop with one of these. I take out my stabilizer, I put it on here, lay it there, take this, I'm done. That's how quick a magnetic hoop is. It's a million times faster, but my bags do not fit in these, which is very frustrating. And so to take it apart, you just push down on this tab, pull it apart. So then I put the back to the back so it doesn't snap my fingers so bad. And then I just hang these on the side of my machine. All right, not on the side of my machine. I hang them on the side of my table. So now I'm going to, so now that I'm just doing all see-through bags, I will go ahead and hoop up 2 hoops so I can get them done a little bit quicker. Hopefully. I can be doing 2 at one time instead of 1 at one time. And then I hoop it, kind of shove it in there. And tighten it down. So I've got my tearaway ready. And since I have the pieces cut for the poppy bag, I'll just work on the poppy bag. I'm trying to tighten it really good so that it doesn't shift or come out. Okay, so those are ready. Let me go get my machine ready and get the right file up. Okay. Have the right file up. Now we're going to do that in black. Set. Okay. So I have my file all up and ready to go. And let's go ahead. So the first thing it's going to stitch on here is my placement stitch. It's just guidelines for me to know where things have to be placed. That's the number one thing that they do with machine embroidery. There's going to be a placement line. So I will turn it over to my camera and get it back on. Okay. So I will put this into the machine. And usually I will put a mark on the bottom, whichever side needs to be facing out to me, because depending on how I put this on my machine, it looks the same from both sides because there's a screw a screw to tighten here and a screw to tighten on the other corner. So if I turned it, it'd be the same. But since I'm going to have a zipper at the top, I know which side needs to go in first. It'll always be the zipper side. So I don't need to mark my hoop. So I'm going to start the placement stitch. Okay, so that is the placement stitch for the see-through bag. So I will walk you step by step. So we have the placement, and the first thing we're going to do is we're going to put the zipper. So I take the zipper, I make sure that it zips correctly. This is going to be for the poppy bag, so I need the black. And then I attach the zipper down. Try to make it as straight as I can because I need a straight line for my vinyl. So I'm gonna get the other one stitching too. So I'm getting my other hoop stitching. So I've got my zipper down. And just to be extra, I'm going to tape it in place so that it stays relatively even all the way across. So this is ready to go back into my machine for stitching. And the other one is working right now. Now that this one is done doing its placement stitch, I can put the other one back in and have it do the stitching for the zipper. So I'll take it out and put the zipper on while you guys watch it stitch the zipper. Okay, now I'm going to go back one and put the zipper on this one as well. So it's just me doing one step, then making it go back a step, and then doing it again. Oh, it's because it wound on this arm at the top, so that's why the black came out. Just gotta reattach. Okay. Go back. Remember, I'm going back the extra because I want it to do it correctly. Okay, there we go. So I just want the zipper to be as straight as I can because I need to put the vinyl on, and I want the vinyl to have a nice straight edge to bump it up to. Now I'll switch you over to my view on my computer. So if you look down here, I have a bunch of vinyl that I have pre-cut. So these are my vinyl pieces that I pre-cut, and I have them between some tissue over here. So here's the piece, and I have it marked so I know which side needs to be face up and which side needs to be down in the lower left-hand corner. So I need to remove this tape because I don't want the tape stuck in there. So I will then take the flat, so I've trimmed this edge as straight as I can, right? So this edge right here is as straight as I can get it. Then I place that and bump it up against my zipper, okay? Make sure it's even on all sides. And then I take tape and I will tape it to my stabilizer. Let me grab more tape. I'm reusing tape that I have over here in the corner or on my table. So I just make sure it's all attached. Now I can put this back onto the machine. So I'll show you that again. Since I have this other one, I remove this tape so it's not stuck in between the layers. Okay? And I'm going to grab my vinyl piece, find my left lower corner, and then I bump the straight edge up against my zipper and I tape it down. Okay, so then I'm going to tape it on this side, make sure it's still bumped up against it, tape it down here, and tape it down here. I used to do a different see-through bag, and that see-through bag was way, way, way more time consuming. It took a long time. So this one's quicker, and it's still, in fact, I like this one better because there's a larger see-through window than the other one, but so now I can put this back on my machine, and it will stitch around the vine. I'm gonna make sure my black still looks good, so it's not gonna screw up. Oh, once again, went out. I need to get this to stay on, but anyway. So I'll wait until it catches up with me. Okay, now I'm gonna press to start, and it's going to stitch a nice straight stitch along the top. And then it'll do a quick stitch around the outside. While it's doing that, I'm going to go ahead and start cutting out some other fabric I need to get done. I'll cut out my Halloween fabric. This is a weird place. Hold it. And this fabric, this Halloween fabric, so I'll get to that. I'll get back to that in a second, but this Halloween fabric, so depending on the direction of the fabric. So, for example, this fabric has no direction. If you put it this way, it would look fine. If you put it upside down, it would look fine. If you put it sideways, it would look fine. If you put it the other way, it'd look fine. No matter how you turn it, it is non-directional. So it can go any direction. This, however, this fabric is directional. So if you look at it, well, for me, it's directional. Maybe not for some people. So for me, if you look at it this way, I think it looks funny because it looks like everything is sideways, right? For me, if you turn it this way, that's the direction it should be facing, if that makes sense. Hopefully that makes sense. So that means I cannot cut it at the same way that I do the other one. I have to cut the shorter side this way. I cannot cut it this way because then when I apply it to my bag, it has to be that way. Versus if I turn it and I cut it the short side first, it'll be the right way for me. Yes, it's all facing the correct way up. So, I mean, there's, for example, let's see. Oh, well, we can use the snowman, for example. So, like, you want to make sure that you cut the shorter way so that the snowman will be the right way up versus they'd be upside down if you cut it the other way. Hopefully that makes sense. But you always have to keep in mind. Now, mind you, I've made this mistake so many times and I still make this mistake. When I'm not really focused and I go, well, yeah, let's just cut it out. And I cut it out and go, oh crap, I just wasted a ton. So I try to remember not to screw it up because I don't want to waste the fabric. So now I will cut the short side so that it'll be the correct way when I put it on a bag. Let me find my cutter. Okay. So now I won't put it on the bag this way. I'll put it on the bag this way and it'll be all nice way up. So put that to the side. That'll make about, I need more. So I'm gonna cut this again. So I'll line it up where I want it. And then I'm going to cut it. Okay. Let me just make sure. Okay. So put that to the side. Now for the orange that goes with this, the orange obviously has no direction, right? So it can go any way you want, right? There's no direction to this. It's just an overall design. So I can do this my normal way. So my normal way is the long way. So I usually cut the long side first, usually. But if I don't have fabric that can go that way, then I do it the short side. So I'm going to cut that. Okay. I'm not sure. Do I need more of that? I may need more of that. For right now, I don't need more of that. I'll just do the one. Okay. So I can put this away. Now, here's where I said earlier. Yeah, it is really pretty, isn't it? I wonder where. Does it say where it's from? I can't remember whether I got it from Hobby Lobby or Joann's. Odds are I got it from Joann's, but I'm sure I could find something similar. Yeah, I like the Halloween one too because I just think it's really fun and it's vibrant. And I also liked this print because, you know, some people really like the dark and scary part of Halloween, like the part of Halloween that I don't agree with. They, you know, everyone has their own likes. Like, I mean, nothing wrong with skulls and whatever, but I like this one just because it's fun. Like, it's light and fun, and it's just, I think this would appeal to more people. You know what I mean? So I just like this. And plus, it's like watercolor effect, which is my kind of thing. I really like the watercolor look. So, but I did want to show you. I know, my brain's all over the place. Let me grab my phone off of the stand before I forget. So this was the fabric that I found at a local shop that I love. Let me look through my phone. It might have been a while ago. I have to find it. No, I really like this one too. So, let me show it to you guys. Hopefully you can see it. Let's see. I really like that fabric too. I think that is super fun. Like the Hocus Pocus, and then in here you can see in the jar with the spider on it, you can see like little skulls. And then you've got the raven and pumpkin. I think that is great. I love that fabric, but I'm not sure if it would appeal to very many people. So I really like that one. Yeah, and it's got the books, and it says potions, and it says Hocus Pocus on it, and all that kind of stuff. So I think that one's pretty fun. I don't know if the shop still has it or not, but I think it's really fun. I'm gonna try and put this. This. Oh, wrong way. I'm trying to put this on the stand the wrong way. Okay. Don't want that. I want this. Okay. Get that done. Okay, can you guys still see what I'm doing? Sorry, everybody. Something popped up on my screen and I'm trying to get rid of it. Okay. So, now, this orange, I don't have a ton of this left, and if I can't find it anywhere nearby, I would have to find something else. Or I also have my, I also have a couple other options too. So, I have this, like, it's kind of like what's the word for it? It's stripes, but like a pinstripe, so a thinner stripe. So I have pinstripe, which could go with it. See? That would be fun. But see what I mean? Like, you can change it up depending on what you have available. Now, I have this purple, but it's not going to go with that. That purple and that purple don't go. So I think if I had to, I have a bunch of this because I made some bags last year that were glow in the dark for drills and chills. And I used this for the inside and this purple for the outside. And it was kind of like a nod to Beetlejuice. So I could use that with this as well. So there's options, and I like to try and use what I have before spending a whole bunch on something else, if that makes sense. But that's it for that. Now I go ahead and cut these. All right. And since this one's done, I can take this one out of here, go back a step, and have this one attach. And I'll let you guys watch that again, so you don't have to watch me make it. Okay. Sorry. I really wish this thing wouldn't turn off every 2 seconds. but there we go. Now we can make that go. And I will work on cutting this fabric. Okay, those are done. Let me just finish cutting up these fabrics. And then, because I need them cut for future bags, so I might as well. This is why I have to have a multitasking brain. Because if I don't, I won't get it all done. So this is me multitasking. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. I don't know why I'm still counting it that way. Okay. Will a purple pumpkin Halloween bags be available? Purple pumpkin Halloween bags. What? Purple pumpkin. I'm not sure what ones you're talking about. I'm not quite sure. I also had another idea this year for Halloween was to do orange and then do a jack-o'-lantern face on the front of it and have it with glow in the dark vinyl on it, and so it would have a glow in the dark face. I thought that would be fun, but I'm not sure. I don't have enough of that orange, so I would have to get a different orange. Um, the one you're cutting now, well, yes, it will be a bag that's for sale. I am making these bags. So right now I'm working on making some see-through. So I do have Christina, this is what happened is yesterday I started making new bags, and as I was making it, I used a white zipper. And I had not intended for it to have a white zipper. I wanted it to have a black zipper, like the larger ones. See the large ones? So I am making ones with black zippers right now. So these will be available. I just, after I'm done with all my bag making today, I have to do some extra, I have to do a few more photos, and then I will be adding them to my website for sure. Yeah, for sure. I'm going to add these. I really love this fabric design. I found this right before Joann's closed, and I fell in love. So I'm going to go over and press these. But what I can do, oh, I need to cut this. Hold on, gotta cut it. Yeah, that bag is called, I called that bag Halloween Treats. So yes, Halloween Treats will be available. And I do have another Christmas one coming up. I'll show you that one in a second once I cut this. This is me just, it's so cute. I'm like, ooh. Great. Now I trim this. So this is cut to 12 to my long size, so about 12 inches. So now I can cut the small size. So okay. I trim a little bit down. And then me 10. You know, I tell myself I know exactly what measurement I need to cut these at, but then I count it just to make sure because I don't want to screw it up. So, put this to the side. And then I can go heat press these once I get this stuff going. So, here I have my bag ready to go, right? So, what I do, because after I've done the vinyl, I need to trim the vinyl off because you can't leave a big chunk of vinyl on the side. So, I have to. Oh, and welcome, Christina, by the way. So I have to trim the chunk of vinyl around it because when you turn it, you don't want the big, thick amount of vinyl. Now I gotta find where I put my scissors. They're probably buried here somewhere. Here we go. So I take my little scissors. These are curved scissors by Havel, and I got them on Amazon. So then I just trim close, like, I don't know, 1/8 of an inch, hopefully. It's not always perfect. Let me get my trash closer. It's not always perfect. And then I just trim the bottom. And then the other side. And it doesn't have to be super perfect. I just don't like to get too close to the stitching line because I don't want it to rip out of the vinyl. And then sometimes I trim these little corners so that they aren't pokey. Sometimes I remember that, sometimes I don't. Okay, so that's ready to go. Now I need to add my bottom fabric. So my bottom fabric is going to go into this section. Can you guys see okay? Like, I feel like I'm never in the right position. Maybe that'll be better. So it's going to go down into this section. And so I need to make it so that it flips down. So it needs to go on like this. So what I do is I use my grid on my mat and I line it up at 1/4 of an inch. So I line it up on this one because I can see the white, and I line it up at this dotted line, just 1/4 of an inch above it. Line that up. Then I take this and I place it at the bottom of the white. So I do it, whoops, I lined it up on the wrong line, this line. Okay. So I line up this line on the 1/4 of an inch, then I line up my fabric on the bottom of that line, if that makes any sense. And then I go ahead and tape it. Well, and all of my, do you have an embroidery machine? So all of my bags are made on my embroidery machine. So once I have that taped, I can flip it over and I can see where I had put the other fabric. So I'm going to trim up some of this threads. And I'm going to line this up where I had put it on the other side. And then I will tape it. Oh, I ran out of my tape over here. Oh, here's some more. I try to reuse as much tape as I can for the most part. Okay. And then I tape that down. Okay, now it's ready to go back onto the machine and it will stitch that across. So I flip it back over and I put it back onto my machine and turn on my phone because it keeps going out. So I attach it. Okay, and then I tell it to start. Then I'm going to take this off and I will heat press it, not touching the vinyl. Because when I heat press it, I don't want to touch the vinyl or it will melt the vinyl. So I got to be careful when I do it. So I'm just going to remove the tape. If I had another camera, I'd have you over here so you could see what I was doing, but I don't have another camera. So I just removed the tape from all four corners of each side. And then I flip the fabric down and heat press it. And making sure trying not to touch the vinyl on the outside so that it doesn't melt it and look funny. Now, sometimes I get it slightly, but it's not really bad. It doesn't melt it, just it kind of warps it for a second. Now, if you were doing this for a really, really long time, yes, it would melt it. So, be very careful. So, put that down. And then I press the back. The back didn't get pressed good enough. Okay. And I'll show you what it looks like once I've gotten it taped down. Now, this is what it looks like once I've pressed it and I have it taped. So this is what it looks like because I pulled it back down, folded it down, and then I pressed it in place. And then I can put it back onto my machine. And I will stitch around. And I'm going to do the same thing for the other one that I just had. No, just a sewing machine, brand new in the box. But it's still interesting to see. Thank you. What kind of sewing machine do you have? I have a sewing machine which I was actually gifted. So I have an old sewing machine. Like an older one. Probably, oh man. I got it in middle school. I'm trying to think. Oof, it's probably 20 some years ago. So I got one in middle school, and a few years ago somebody was doing a giveaway in the embroidery community of her old sewing / embroidery machine, and the person they had drawn to win it um didn't want it because it was old, and she said she had a new one coming and all this stuff. So then what she did is she got in contact with the person who did the drawing for her and said, I want to give it to Sarah. And I was like, really? You want to give me an embroidery machine? So I have that and I use it for sewing, but I don't do a whole lot of sewing since I have my embroidery machine, and I feel more comfortable on my embroidery machine, but I love that sewing machine. It's even more advanced than the one I originally had was not advanced at all. So, but it was so sweet. And that's kind of what kickstarted my love of embroidery, because it was so old that you couldn't put a USB into it to put a file on. It had like little plates that you connected to it that would tell you what you had to do. Hold on. My phone is ringing. My mom is calling. But I'm pretty sure I told everyone that I was going to be on a live. Okay, now I can add my fabric on this one as well. Okay, and then I line it up onto that line. And I have some tape. I guess I'll use this tape. Okay. And then I can flip it over and add the other one. This. There's a little more tape. And I'm going to need more tape, and I don't know where I put it. Haha. Then I will just stitch this down just like I did the other one. So flip that back over, take this other one off. And I'm going to have to go back a couple steps because this one did a couple steps already. Okay. Now let me switch you back over. Make sure this is working. And there we go. Now I'm going to do the same process. Stitch that across. And if you guys have any questions, please let me know. I'm totally open to questions. Now I'm going to press this again. Well, this one. I already did the other one. Take it over here with my mini heat press, which is my Cricut. And I'm just just gonna press those down like I did the last time, making sure not to touch, or doing my best not to touch the vinyl. Okay, then I can tape down one, front one, and then I flip it over and I will tape down the back once I've pressed it. Because sometimes that one doesn't press as well, it just doesn't get through it. Okay. Take that down. Okay. Now I will repeat that same one where it does the U shape. And then we will only have like 2 more steps. All right, it's kind of early. The Venus. It'll come back. Stitch. Then I'll take you back to my computer. Yeah, it depends on the files that you buy. That can help you to sew bags. Like people sell a bunch of different kinds of files. So what I'm gonna do for this one, now that this is all done, I have to put on my poppy fabric, and I need to attach my tag and open my bag. So it's a little bit different than the other one. So open my bag so that it does not seal it shut. And if you notice on this bag, you don't cut the zipper out. We will tear that away later. So I take that, and now you put this face down. So your fabric, you're gonna put face down, and then take it back to your machine. So I'll put that to the side and I'll show you again with this one. So you will open up your zipper. So you can get into it when you are done sewing. And then you will add, oh no, I was like, I lost it. This one, I don't need to measure anything because I always put it right above this fabric. So that comes in handy because then I don't have to do an extra step. I just attach it on. Then I will add my fabric to the front, and then we will take it to the machine again. Okay, so make sure I line it up so I'm not missing anything. Okay. Now that I'm back at the machine, I will tell it to start. And I hold down this top so that it stays nice and flat and smooth. There we go. And then I'll thread for me to do the next step. While I'm doing that, I'll thread it. I'm still over here heat pressing, and I'll be right there. And I have to make sure that I put my interfacing on the right spot, or the right side up. Keep pressing that in a second. Whoa! My thing fell over. Sorry, guys. You probably were like yelling at the camera saying, "Whoa, whoa!" Sorry. Yeah. Sorry, guys. I didn't know it fell over. That's kind of funny. Okay. Okay. Now I can do the next one like we had it set up. Sorry, everyone. Yeah, and I was over here so you couldn't have yelled if you wanted to. Yeah. This is the table view. Would you like to take a look at the table view, please? It's the best view in the house, man. Oh, sorry. Ah, that's really funny. Sorry, guys. Must have had it too close to the arm that moves, so it just knocked it. Okay. And I'm getting really creative with my camera angle. So this time, on that, I'm going to go heat press some more fabric, and then I'll be back. sometimes there's a really stubborn wrinkle, and so you gotta really let it down a bit more than normal, and then press it again. It's almost out. Not quite. Okay. Now I can do the interfacing on this, and then these will be pressed and ready to go. I usually like to do like all the cutting at one time, all the pressing at one time, all the doing the bags at one time, then all the assembly at one time, like at the end. But today was just working out where I'm trying to multitask in a bunch of different areas just so that it gets done. That's done. Let me keep. One more thing I have to press, and then I will be right there. Sorry. Sorry. I lied. I need to press one more thing. And I will be right there. All the pieces that I need for the next bags are ready. Okay. Sorry. It fell. Sorry. Good thing it didn't ruin the phone. Because I need the phone. Sorry, everyone. Okay. Wow. Okay. Now that that is done, I'll show you the next part. So here I'm going to clean up any extra threads that I can because I don't want them visible on the finished side of the bag. So I am cleaning up what I can. And even down here where it stitched it. Okay. So now I can add my back piece. So the back piece is going to go on just like this. Make sure it's covering everything it needs to cover. And then I'm just going to tape it on with the tape that's back here. Some of this tape is not going to survive the trip, but I can already tell it's kind of going dull. Okay, now that's ready to go back onto the machine for its final stitching. So I'll go ahead and do this one too. So it's prepped and ready to do its final stitch. And some of this I'm not going to be able to get out fully because it's just, you don't want to cut the wrong threads and it actually be something that you need it to be. So you got to be kind of careful. Okay. So now that is ready to add the back on. Okay. And I will attach that with this tape. That tape and the final tape. I attach a little piece of tape at the top up here just so that it hopefully doesn't hook when I'm sliding it into my machine. So let's go back to my machine. It's still on, that's good. Okay, so then I rip it in. Okay, and I hold it just to make sure everything stays steady and sturdy. So it's going to go around once. So it's going to stitch down here, stop, and go back up. One, stop, back up. And then it's going to go back to the other side and do the same thing. We're going to come down, stop, and go back up. And then I'm going to stop it once it's tied off, and I'm going to repeat that step again. So here it's got to tie off, and if I don't stop it after it ties off, it'll stop the whole process because the bag is technically done. But I want to do it for another bag, so I have to stop it. Okay, now the neck. So we're going to repeat the same process. Let it go ahead and set itself down. Now I'll bring you back so you can see what I'm doing. So now it's all stitched. The whole bag is done. And I will trim up the threads on the back here. Just to make sure it's a little tidier, that's all. And I'm actually going to get rid of this tape because it's pretty old. I've used it a few times now. Now, the zipper tape I will keep because I can use that because you don't really remove the zipper tape at all during the process, just here and there. Now, I can remove this from my hoop and re-hoop some stabilizer. Hello, Shay. Welcome. It's so nice to have you, and it's so nice to have all my viewers today. They keep my motivation going. Even when sometimes I'm like, oh, I don't want to do anymore. because there's only one of me, so I have to do all the steps, and I'm like, ugh. Sometimes I get frustrated because I'm like, it's only me. Okay, so let's. Am I gonna hang up a diamond ring? I need to, but I haven't. So I'm gonna hoop this. In fact, I mean, so my thing is, it's not necessarily. Now, I don't have a ton of walls in my house, and my children have used them as their hang up for all their artwork. But I do have one wall that might work. But see, I have to have something that I love, love, love to hang up. Cause most of the time I just diamond paint things that I like and that I could afford, but it's not something that I love to death. You know what I mean? Like, cause half the ones that I love, I can't afford. So I'm like, why hang up something that I don't love? Yeah, I don't know, I've never thought of hanging them. I'm like, they're a hobby. I just do it. I don't know why, but okay, now I'm going to tighten this up. And then I'm going to tighten this up. I'm just making sure that this is super tight because this is a lot thinner than the other one. So, um, I don't, I like a lot, I like a lot of, Dakota Detweiler's stuff. She's got some pretty stuff. I'm not a huge person one. Like, I think I like more, um, like I'm not a huge big eye girl, and I'm not a huge person one. I like the animals and the like. I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. But also at the same time, I'm not a huge like I'm a diamond painter, but I'm not like the diamond painter who knows all the artists and all the things and all the that. Um, I like Dakota Detweiler's stuff. I like some of Jody Bergsma stuff. I think. She had like dragonflies and stuff. Um, yeah, I I would I don't really look like everyone's like I'm voting for this and that, and I'm like I have no idea what you guys are talking about. So half the time I have no idea what anyone's talking about. So now I can trim this one up. Okay, I'll remove this tape. And since the back looks good, I can unhoop it. Remember, don't unhoop it unless you know for sure it's ready to be unhooped. I mean, my husband bought me one um 2 Christmases ago, and it was a really big one, and it was super pretty, but it's not. I don't know. It's not really like my taste. Like I love bright colors and stuff, but it's not my taste as in normal every day. Like I like that the bright colors were already picked for me because I wouldn't normally have done it. But I also like, I like jewel tones, and I like that, like, and watercolor effects and that kind of thing. Like that's more my thing. My husband got me one 2 years ago, and it's gorgeous, and the colors are beautiful. But it's not really something that I'm like, oh, I totally want to hang this on my wall. And I haven't ever really done very many big ones other than the one my husband got me. I can show you that one. That one's pretty. Pretty, just not something that I'm like, hey, let's hang it. Okay, so I'm gonna get this one started. Sewing. Let's switch you over and get this running again. This thing's gonna be the end of me. Okay, there we go. Okay, now gonna do the placement stitch. Like I told everyone earlier, I'm just putting all the bags that I made to the side so I can assemble them and finish them off all together at the end. So I'm going to prep this fabric. Okay, so that is the placement stitches made for that one. Now I will change it out for the next one and repeat that same process. And remind myself to use black zipper instead of a white zipper. But I'll go ahead and show you the big diamond painting that my husband got me. So this is the big one that my husband got me, and it's the Milky Way galaxy. Like I said, I put everything back into a box. I don't know if you'll be able to see it all. Put the right way up. Yep. That's a really big one. So that's the really big one that my husband got me. It's beautiful. And I could hang it up. I just haven't. And it's been a really long time since I've done a square. I think I've only, because I've been purchasing a lot of them off of Amazon, the Diamond Art Club on Amazon. And they only have rounds on there. They used to roll it drills. I've never had any of them pop off ever. That would totally be on your wall. There. But I've never they don't do squares on their Amazon anymore. So I've only really done rounds. And right now I'm working on a make market one that's flower butterfly. And that one I actually bought some drills, some specialty drills for it, which are working out. I just don't know if it's like I wish it was already done for me. Like, oh yeah, use these specialty drills. So, gonna put on my zipper. Like I said, I make sure. Sounds good, Stephanie. Have a good day. Thank you for joining me. I'm gonna attach that, attach this. Okay, now, like I did earlier, I'm gonna add a little extra piece of tape to here because I want it to be nice and straight. Where did my tape go? You guys see it? Let me know. Okay, I found it. Because I need a nice straight edge for my vinyl to bump up against or push up against. I don't know. And I'm just gonna do the same thing to this one. Take my zipper, make sure it's right and it's zipping smoothly. Attach it. Attach that. Put a little tape on. So if you're just joining, I'm making see-through bags. So right now I'm just attaching the zipper and then I will, oh my gosh, why does this thing keep doing that? Okay. Now I'm going to attach the zipper to it. Anyone have any questions for me? Can do the next zipper. The next part will be putting the vinyl on. Now I've pre-cut my vinyl, and it's just some clear vinyl, so it's pre-cut. And I've cut one of the edges as straight as I can. Then I put a little mark down in the left-hand corner that this is the side I want up, and this is the bottom left corner that I want on there. So I take the nice and straight line, and I bump it up to my zipper, and then I tape it. I'm going to tape it in place on all four corners. And then I will do the same thing to the other one. So I'll let you watch this stitch while I get the other one prepped and ready for its turn. So then I put it back into my machine, and then it's ready to stitch. Maybe if I lower this and put it like this, you guys can see more of what's going on. Okay. Maybe that'll. I'm still taping the other one on. And so that one's done. And I can make it go back. Step. Sorry, I'm bumping the camera. Oh no, I'm stuck. Ay, ay. Hold on. Got stuck. Okay. Back one. Package. Going to attach that. Sorry, I didn't mean to make anyone ill. Okay, then after it's all been attached, I'm going to trim the vinyl off of it. So I start here and I cut it to about 1/8 of an inch away from the line that it just stitched. It's not perfect, but you also can't have all that excess. You can have some excess, but not too much. So then I just trim along here. And I don't want it too close. Like if I were doing an applique piece, I would want it as close to the line as possible. But that's because satin stitching would finish it off. This is not going to have satin stitching, so you don't want it too close or it could pull out of your vinyl. Okay, so just cleaning that up. Then I'm going to add fabric. So, like I said earlier, I line it up with this line down here. So I line it up with this 1/4 of an inch line. Then I take my fabric. Did I ever cut it? Yes, it's right here. I was like, oh man. Okay. Then I'm going to lay down this fabric like this. And then I'm going to tape it into place. Oops. Bye, Shay. Thank you for joining me. Have a good rest of your day at work. Okay, so now that's attached. I flip it over, and now I can see where it's at. So I just add the other one in the same fashion. I put it in the same spot as what I can see on the other side. I need more tape because I didn't have it. So I'm going to tape this here, tape this here. That and that. Okay, then I put this back into my machine. And I will do the same process with this one. I will trim the vinyl, and then I will add my fabric. Tried to prep my, it had gone off again, so now I'm going to stick it. Sure, my heat press is back on. Does anyone have any questions or anything like that? Okay, this piece of tape does not want to come off. Okay, there we go. Now I'm trimming this up. That was close. A little too close to the line. I don't love when I do that. Wasn't too close, but whew, too close for my comfort. Okay, just trim the little corners. And then I'm going to add my fabric. Okay, then I flip it, and I do the same thing on the back. Okay, now this in, and I will repeat the process with this one. Then, after it's done, I will take it over to my mini heat press and press it flat. Okay, let me go over and cut it flat. down flat. So that it will stitch nicely. Okay. So we'll do the same thing with this. We'll go ahead and do the U-shaped stitching. I'm going to make a little U shape to tack it all down. Now I will do that with the other one. And then we only have 2 steps left of stitching the bag. Later I'll have more steps of putting the bags, finishing them up. I'm going to melt it. Okay, then I just take it down. Flip it over, tape it down. I will repeat that same process that I just did. This, send it back 1 step. And then I will do the U-shaped stitching again. So that's done. And what we're going to do now is do the front part. So I need to add my tag. Woo. So I'm going to take out a couple tags because I'm doing 2 bags. I don't need to mark where I need to put the tag because I just put it at the top of this. And I use my tape, line it up where I want it, and I tape it down. Now I have to open the zipper on my bag so that it actually opens when I'm done. Because if you don't do that, it won't open. I might actually move this tape over slightly so it doesn't get stuck in the stitching. Okay, now I'm going to add my fun design fabric. So this is the design fabric that's going to go on this bag. So when you put this down, you got to think of the bag. So this is going to be the top of the bag, right? So you want it if your fabric is directional, you want all of the images to be facing right side up. So you think of your bag and the zipper being at the top. Everything's right side up. You don't want to do it like this. Everything will be down. So you put the top of their heads and everything to the top of the bag. Okay? So then you can stitch this on. So I will take it back to my machine I don't usually tape this down at this point because I don't see the point in it. I just kind of hold it until it's gotten started. Once again, top of the bag. Top of all the little images need to be up. Okay. Now I'm going to take it back to the machine and ask my phone why it keeps shutting off. Okay. Okay, there we go. And I will slide it back in. And I will start it. And I like to hold it so that it stays nice and flat. That'll go around 3 more times. It's telling me I had a piece of paper of what I need to make. And I don't know where it comes. So I did the poppy bag. Done. And the basic poppy bags. And I'm working on those. We only have to make one more bag. Woohoo! I didn't cut that fabric while that's going. So that'll be that. I can get multiple things done at one time. I'm cutting my snowman fabric right now. I still haven't decided whether I'm going to use Nancy's name for it or keep it as snowman. I like Nancy's name, but then I'm like, ooh, what if I find some fabric that's like snowman or more wintry fabric? I don't know. And I guess I could change the name. Okay, let me finish cutting this. And then I will grab that. So 13 inches. Okay. Now that's done. Put this away. Fold it back up. Okay. Now, so this is done, and I can do the other one. So the other one's prepped and ready. Oh, no, it's not prepped and ready. I just put it on top. Good thing I checked. Okay, so I didn't open the zipper and I didn't add my tag, so I need to do those things. Good thing I checked before doing it, because that would have been an entire waste of all that fabric. That is one thing when you're making something, like especially with embroidery and stuff like that. Some of the time you can backtrack, but then other times it's not even worth backtracking. It's like you've made a gigantic boo-boo. So, yeah, I don't want to screw it up. So, now it's ready. I have my stuff in place. And I can redo that step. I will hold this in place. Fine. And I will continue cutting my fabric. Oh no, I cut it wrong. I didn't. We're good. We're okay. Okay, now I'm just gonna heat press these items. I also want to remind everyone, if you purchase from my shop, all my bag, like, so the position of the pattern on the fabric and everything will always be a little bit different. They're not always going to be perfect. Handmade is not going to be perfect. I try to do my best, but the positioning of the design is not going to be the same. Just to let you know, so that you know, like, they're all going to be unique. They're all going to be slightly different. And I just feel like I need to say that here and there, just to be like, let you know. Okay. Press the other one once I get them. And ready? Now, what I do for this next step is to take this off and I flip it over and I'm going to trim up any little threads that could show in the final bag. So once it's all done, we don't want all these threads to show up. So I just clean them up, straighten them up. And I look down here. This will be on the outside, so that one's fine. This one will be on the inside. Okay. Then I can add my back on. So here's, oh, that's not what I'm using. I'm using the design. So I add my back on. Make sure that it's going the right way up. So here's the top of my bag, so the faces need to be up. So I'm going to put this like that. Then I will tape it in place. So I have some extra tape here. Did I lose a piece of tape? I did lose a piece of tape. It's right here. Okay. And I'm going to tape this here. And tape bits in that corner. And then I add one more piece of tape at the top. Then I can stitch it. Then I'm going to put it to the side and do the other one. So that, because for the final step, I need to be nearby so I can stop my machine from doing certain things. Straightening it up. This. Okay, now I can put the backing on. Make sure they're up towards the top of the bag, so where the zipper is. Okay, then I tape this in place. No, some of them will have material. Yes. I just offer see-through bags. At the beginning of my live, I did some bags with fabric, and these are just the ones with the vinyl. But yes, there will definitely be ones with fabric. I actually prefer the fabric ones just because it's easier to make for me. But yeah, I'll show you that in a second. Once I get these stitched, then I can show you the bags. Okay. Now I'm going to stitch this on. What did it? Shoot. Hold on. You gotta get me back to where I need to be. I wasn't on top of it that time. And it finished up. Okay, now I can do the next one. Yeah, it would be nice to have the help. Like, sometimes my husband will help, but I mean, not when he's at work, obviously, or taking care of the kids. But it would be nice to be able to get more than one thing done at a time. Like, oh, I can cut fabric while somebody's manning the machine. So I'm just going to run through this step again. I don't know. I've never had I don't think I've ever had my phone on me when I'm doing this. So I don't know if I get a lot of steps in. Maybe. Okay, and then once that's done, I bring it back over to my table. And I just make sure that everything looks good. Like, there's nothing that I have to redo on the back. So everything looks good, and I can pull my tape off, flip it over, make sure everything looks good, pull this tape off, and now I can undo my my hoop. Now I gotta find my, there we go. I found it. Now I can undo my hoop. Pop that out. And I do have one more see-through bag to make. So I'm just going to hoop this one up. I'll just hoop up one of them and then work on that. Then after the last bag is done, I can go ahead and actually finish them up. Like, turn them right side out, glue them shut, all the steps that I need for finishing them off. This. Hello, Leanne. Welcome. How are you today? Okay, so that one's ready to go. Well, this one's all nicely done. So I just trim up this back, make sure that looks good. And yes, it's like a cross stitch hoop. Yeah. It just has special hardware to put it onto your machine. Okay. Now I take my zipper tape off. And other zipper tape off. Okay. Now I can unhook it. And this one I can put away because I won't need it. Maybe while I'm doing this, I can get this other one stitching. So this one I'll do my placement stitch on. Let me get that going. So I'll do my placement stitch. While I'm getting this one off. Then I'll go heat press my other stuff. Right there, still heat pressing. All right. That is heat pressed. Now, that is done. So I'm going to add my zipper. This time I need a white zipper. So I've got my white zipper. I check and make sure that it zips and unzips smoothly. Feel it. Yeah, it's good. And I take the tape that I already previously used for zippers and I attach it to my stabilizer. Okay. Now, I will also tape the bottom. Remember, I need a nice straight edge for my vinyl to butt up to. Then I will do the vinyl after that. Right now I'm just prepping interfacing that I have to put on some of these pieces. that's good for that one. Now I can add my vinyl. So switch you. So for the vinyl, gonna remove the tape. Now I have pre-cut vinyl over here. Like I said, I've pre-cut it. I've made one of the edges as straight as I can and made a mark where I need this to go. So I butt it up to my zipper as best I can. Then I tape down the edges. So 1 corner, 2 corner, 3, and 4. And then I put it back onto my machine and let it stitch. So my pieces are ready for what I need them for. So now that that's done, I have to trim off the vinyl. So remove my tape. Come on. And then I will trim my vinyl up. Right. This last side. And then I kind of trim these corners just a little so that they're not sharp and pokey. Okay, now I will add the bottom fabric. So I line it up with 1/4 of an inch. And then I will place it down like this. And tape it. Okay. Flip it over, do the same thing on this side. Trim this up first. Tape it. Okay, then I can put it back onto the machine. and then I will heat press it after it's done stitching. Okay, now I will take it over to my heat press. Probably put it back on because I'm sure it turned itself off. Remove my tape. Press it all down. And then try not to press it on the vinyl or it'll melt it. I really should learn to go where I'm not putting my hands on the very hot fabric afterwards. Oh no, I might have touched the vinyl. Oh no, I don't want to ruin the vinyl. I might have burned it. Well, that would mean I had to start over. Well, sometimes you make little mistakes. I'm debating whether I should finish it or not. Well, we'll leave that for later. So, since this live has gone pretty long, I will go ahead and go over how I finish up my bag. So, let me stop that. I'm going to go ahead, turn that off for a second so I can relocate you guys without anyone getting ill. So, unfortunately, sometimes, oh, came back up. Unfortunately, sometimes you make a boo boo, and that is far too much of a boo boo for me to overlook. So, if you can see here, see that spot where it kind of melted it? Yeah, that's not something I can sell. So I will have to redo that bag. But I can take my giant pile of bags and work on those. So for Christina, if she's still here, so this is the all fabric version of the Halloween treats. So this is the all fabric, no see-through. And then on the inside, it's the same. It's got orange. So that's the all fabric one. Also, the one that I was working on would have looked like this when I finished it. So this is the snowman or winter wonderland. I haven't decided yet. So there's this one, but this is see-through. So that's what I was working on. Then the all fabric one looks like this. This is the all fabric one. And the inside has the red. And then I have purple that will be a purple floral that I have to put up on my website. I took pictures of it this morning. I just haven't gotten all of the pictures done that I like to take for listings. Let me put this away. Now I do have one of these with the white zipper that will be available as well. I intended it to have a black zipper, but I wasn't paying much attention that day and made it with a white zipper. So that's why I made some with a black zipper. Oh. Now I'm going to, so this is my tearaway fabric, or not fabric, tearaway stabilizer. So the first thing I have to do is I have to tear it away from the bag. It tears away easily from the stitching. So I do that with all those bags that are tearaway. Put that to the side. And I still have some Halloween fabrics, Halloween bags and Halloween or Christmas bags from last year still up on my site as well. So take a look at those as well. I have my my winter holly berries and also my Christmas medallion. I really like the Christmas medallion one. I just keep doing the tearaway thing. Then once I have all of these cleaned up, then I gotta go back over to my cutting table and cut them down, like get all the raw edges off. This is my last to tear away. So I showed you my mistake because there's always mistakes in what I'm doing. I don't always get it right. Okay, and then these last two are my cutaway, and those do not need to be, these ones cannot be torn away. They have to be cut away. So let me go ahead and take these over to my table, and I will cut those real quick. I would take you back over, but, well, maybe if I don't know, can I hook you up to my computer again? And just use my phone. Oops. As I drop something. As I drop lots of things. Oops. That's as tall as that's gonna get. So, I don't know if it will reach or not. Let's see. go back to this and I will see if it will reach. Is it working now? Yes. So I will show you me. Hopefully you can see what I'm doing. Yeah, that's it. Okay, so these go to the side. And these go to the side. So for all of these, I take my trimmer. I used to do this all by hand, but it took a really long time. So now I just use my rotary cutter, and it cuts down on the time by a lot. This is not done yet. I will come back to those in a minute. So I just have to step these. My blade on my rotary cutter is getting old, and I refuse to change it yet. I still haven't changed it. People who've watched me for a while, they know that it was dull a while ago, and I still won't change it yet. This is just what I do. I go all the way around it, leaving about 1/4 of an inch on 3 sides and then about an inch on the bottom. I need to take my big scissors, these big guys right here, and I trim up to the bottom stitching and not go through it. Well, do that on all of them. Right to the bottom, up to the bottom. I don't want to go through the stitching that's already there, because you don't want to risk your bag unraveling. Hopefully you guys can still hear me. My computer's over there and I'm over here. Again. Just make sure. I like to try and make sure that it gets as close as I can. Okay. Then after this, I will then do one final trim. And then I gotta go through and do the corners. But I'll do that over there sitting down. After you've been on your feet for a while, you get to the point where you're like, ugh, I don't want to stand anymore. So I pull this back and make sure everything else stays down. And then I do a trim. Because then it trims everything up for me that I need trimmed. Like that. That's ready to go. Pull this apart. Pull it up. Fold all the rest of that down. And then I line it up. And oops, I'm making a mess. My trash really needs to be emptied, but I haven't done it yet. So these ones are the open side. So I want to keep the open side from getting trimmed, because it's better to leave extra from that. Okay. Then you're gonna go and cut that off. This is the open side. Pull that up, pull that down. Attach or cut this off. Okay. Make sure this is up. These are down. Through. That's open. Pull that up. Pull these there. There we go. Now I will take this back over to my spot and I will work on trimming it. So, I don't want to knock over my phone, which I just did. Okay, we'll unhook so it doesn't knock off. I don't want to break my phone. It's the only one I got. So I'll bring you guys back over. Okay, so here we go. Now back here, and I round my corners. So I flip them over, and I just cut around them. If you can see that. Around my corners. Okay, that one's done. Then I go to the next one. I'll just flip them all over. Does anyone have any questions while I'm cutting? Shot out some of the zipper. Now all of this will be on the inside of the bag. You'll never see any of this. This is just me being extra particular about making sure it's tidied up. It's not perfect, but it's tidied up. Okay. And the last one. Oh, well, welcome, Christina. I appreciate you stopping by. Are you part of the diamond painting community or just happened to see my channel and that I was live? I think I've seen your name before, so I'm guessing you are. Now, I go ahead and turn it inside out. Now, the bag is going to get turned out inside out twice. So, the first time is just to get some of it exposed. If you see me struggling with this, these are my see-through bags, and my see-through bags are a lot harder to get turned right side out. Because they have a lot more interfacing in them. On my basic bags, I only interface the outside fabric, the fabric that's like the nice, pretty design on the outside. I usually only interface that. But with these, to make them sturdy, I interface all the fabric pieces. And not to mention that the vinyl is a pretty high gauge. Well, welcome. So the vinyl is a pretty high gauge, so that also makes it kind of hard to flip and turn. Sometimes it's just temperamental. I feel like that's my zipper doing something weird. Wonder if I can trim my zipper. Sometimes my zipper is being a butt. And then I gotta like snip it. Hopefully that works. So that it'll, I like it when the corners are nice and rounded and pretty and they look what they should. There we go. I got it to work. Okay. So turning these bags make my hands hurt so bad. They're so bad. Okay. Then I will put this to the side because I will have to tear this away from the bag. But I will go ahead and turn all of my bags so I can do them in like an assembly style. So here's another see-through bag. I think that's why they also make the opening wider so that you could get it, turn it through. Because normally the opening is just this wide on my basic bags, and here it's like considerably wider. It's a couple inches wider. So like this. Let me go ahead and trim these zippers just to make sure that they don't cause me any issues when I'm doing this. It's a pain in the butt. I wish I had some fancy machine that could help me flip these suckers, but I don't. And I don't like to take too long to flip it in right side out because I don't want to wrinkle the vinyl too much. But sometimes it takes a little bit of finagling. I think I just heard thunder. I was like, what is that noise? Okay, there's another one. Oh, that one's the easy one. I'm going to save the easy ones for last so I have something to look forward to. So I'm like, oh, that's not so bad. Yuck. It's messy. Yuck. I swear, every time I have a session of working downstairs, I go upstairs. I go upstairs and I'm covered in thread or something. No, there's no particular machine, but like I've seen some machine, like in factories in China, they had one where like they put the corner on the thing and it flipped it inside out. And I was like, what? Well, I want that. I'm like, I want a corner flipper. So I'm sure there's probably some kind of machine out there that can flip the corners so that they're nice and even and nice and neat. Come on. He's Louise. Er, er. This corner is not happy. It's like, no, I really don't feel like being all the way out. There we go. Okay, another one. Last one of this one. And I figure I just bring you guys along as I finish these up so you can see the full process. You're not like, wow, those I I like to show the full process. Now, you didn't see me cutting all of it and pressing all of it and all the other steps that I had to do. But I like to show as much of the process as I can so that people can see, like, I think when I tell people that I make bags or whatever, they think it's simple and easy and quick. And I'm like, no, it's not quite like that. I want people to understand that, you know, when you're buying from handmade shops or whatever it is, you're really buying a lot of time. That's mostly what you're buying, the time and the, what you get wrong. And so this one's easier because it's only one of them has the interfacing. The rest is just cotton fabric, so it doesn't have all that interfacing to have to get through. See, so let's shake it out a little, and it kind of puffs its way back out. I mean, it still takes a little bit of coaxing. It's still in frame, hopefully. When I'm working, I tend to forget that I'm on a camera. And I just use this bone folder. It's a Teflon bone folder that I used to use for my card making. And I just use that to go into the corners because it makes the corners nice and round and neat. And flip, flip. That's the other thing. So after this, after I've finished the bags, then I gotta photograph the bags. Then I have to upload the bags and put my watermark on the bags and edit them, make them so they all look nice. Then I gotta go to my website and I have to make a listing for each of the bags, or each design of the bag, and write the description and add all the pertinent information that you need. So, and then, all the other things like pre-cutting things that you may need for bags later and all that kind of stuff. So, there's a lot of steps to the whole process. Where did I put it? I had, right. Well, and I try to clean it, like some of the areas you're never going to see because it's on the inside of the bag, but even then, like, I try to kind of snip it here and there if I can, just to make sure that it doesn't look as, I don't know, not like anyone's going to see it, but a lot of people are like, wow, you're such a perfectionist. And I'm like, I can't help it. Okay. So here, these ones, so then I just kind of clip it shut. These ones are just the basic bag. Those ones I just heat press on my giant heat press over there to make them nice and flat and smooth. Then The ones with the vinyl, I hand iron because I don't want to scorch the vinyl like I did on that other one. So I hand press those ones with my little mini heat press. So now that I'm to this, I take my dreaded seam ripper, and I start a little hole, not too deep because I don't want to actually scratch my vinyl. And I go ahead and start tearing it away just around the edges. I'm gonna this up. Okay. And I'm going to gotta drink more water. Been talking a lot. I'm almost out. And then I trim this little thread. I trim this thread. So it's also kind of fun because if you buy the bag, one, it could have been one of the bags that I was working on while you were watching, or two, you just get to have more of an appreciation for all the steps and work that goes into the whole process. I think that's kind of fun too. It's kind of like if you got to watch an artist do a painting and then you bought the painting and it was your painting, like, I don't know. I think it gives you a different meaning. Okay, why are you being a butt? There you go. Then I try to do my best to get as much of the tearaway off as possible so that there's not a ton like remaining. Okay. See? And it's nice and neat. And then I also make sure that I reach in. I'm really bad at this. Let me do it on my other bag too. Reach in and take off the tape that was holding your tag. Gotta take that off. Especially for these ones, because these ones I will go and heat press, and then the sticky from the tape kind of gets all over the place, so that's not fun. So good thing I saw that and I remembered because I would have forgotten about it. Okay, so that's ready. This, I fold it in. Fold all my stuff to the inside. Okay, and then I clip it shut. Just like the other. I do that with the remaining bags. This way. sometimes some gets stuck. Try my best to get it the first time, because it's harder to go back and get it the second time. So now that's done. Just going into the inside of the bag to get the tape off. Then I turn this inside. Turn that inside. What is that? It's the plastic. Okay. And that. Good. And then clip it again. So I've got 2 more to go. And then cut that. Okay. Trim up any threads that I see that shouldn't be there. Okay. Okay. Looks good. Get this tape off. Tuck this in. Tuck that in. There we go. I clip it. One more. Another one fell. Also, I mentioned this earlier in the beginning of my live. If you have ever purchased from me before, you can go to my Facebook page, which is Sarah Ann Creations. And you can actually put a review on my Facebook page. I'm not sure if it does anything for me or not, but it's really nice for anyone who may find me and they're like, oh, she makes stuff. Well, if there's a review there saying if it was good or bad or whatever, you can have a review there, and it might help somebody decide whether they want to try and purchase from me or not. So if you've ever purchased from me and you were happy or not happy, I hopefully everyone who purchases from me is happy about their purchase. So, but you can go over there and make a review, and it'll be fun to see who might be the first person to review. Because I've had a few people purchase from me, so. I also should put my, so a few years ago, I made little bags that say trick or treat on them. So, like, black canvas tote bags. I put an embroidery on it that says trick or treat on it. I originally made them for my kids, but I did, I can make them for other kids. But I should put that on my website too. There's a lot of things that I make that I've never put on my website. I just haven't ever done it. Okay, now this, unfortunately, I'm so sad that I ruined this, but it's okay. It's okay. Breathe, Sarah. You only wasted one zipper and one piece of line. I gotta grab my tablet's about to die on me, so I need to charge that. Or put it on charge so it doesn't die on me. Okay. I do not. I only have my website. I started Etsy in, I believe, 2011. And back when Etsy was not greedy, they I feel like back then they were there for handmade businesses, and they were proud of handmade businesses, and they tried to make everything as good for handmade businesses as possible, and they just started getting further and further away from that. Now they charge way, way, way too much. In my opinion. I'm sure you could find a bunch of other people who would agree. But I used to be on Etsy, and 9 months ago is when I opened my website. And that's through Shopify. And so far I've been happy. Just the struggle for me has been getting people to my website and getting people to buy, because really I'm just trying to make ends meet. So my entire business, I have never made a profit at all. And I've been in business for 4 years. 4 years? Every penny goes back into my business. Every single cent goes back into my business. None of it has ever paid for a cell phone bill or a utility bill or anything like that. So all of the money goes back into my business. And recently, I don't know if you saw my last live, my dog, my 14-year-old Yorkie Zoe, we found out she had broken her jaw. So Zoe usually lives with my parents. And my parents had said something had been weird with her mouth. And a week ago today, I went, maybe a week and a half ago. It was on a Saturday. I went over to my parents' house, and I saw Zoe, and she couldn't shut her mouth. I'll do. I'll. I'll press while I talk. She couldn't close her mouth all the way, and she's never had that problem before. So I was looking at her, and I was like, "This does not look normal." Um, she's never had this problem before. She should be okay. So, and she was having trouble eating. She hadn't eaten in a while. All of that. So I decided to take her to the emergency vet. And when I got to the emergency vet, they never took any x-rays or anything, but the emergency vet said to me that she had extremely bad like dental disease, and she's had her teeth cleaned before. It's not like we don't brush or anything like that, but she hadn't, she had really bad dental disease, and the ER vet told me that, especially in really little dogs, they have very bad teeth to begin with. Little dogs just, they don't chew and gnaw on things like a big dog does. So she's always had that kind of issue. And she said, since their jawbone is so thin, if a little infection could have started at the base of one of her teeth, it could have deteriorated the bone in her jaw, causing it to break. Or it could have deteriorated it to a point where if she jumped off the couch the wrong way, or fell off the couch, or fell down a stair, or, because she's older and she's kind of clumsier now, even a little jostle could have caused it to break. So, she didn't do any x-rays, but she said, I'm pretty sure that she's broken her jaw. And I was like, oh my God. You don't want to hear that, right? Especially at their age. And the way she was looking, she didn't look like, I was afraid that we were going to have to put her down. Which I don't want to do, but also I'm not going to let her sit there and suffer with a broken jaw. So we decided to, and then we were told, if you want to get it fixed, it's going to be thousands of dollars. And so we were like, I don't know. So I ended up taking her home and, hand feeding her and giving her water for the rest of the weekend. So I took her home on that Saturday, and I brought her to my house and took care of her and gave her the antibiotics that the doctor gave to her, and the pain medications that they prescribed for her. So we took care of her that whole weekend. And then when Monday came around, I called her regular vet to see what we should do. Because she was starting to perk up, right? So, we gave her antibiotics that were kicking the infection that she possibly had. She was starting to feel better. She was eating more. She was happy and bouncing around. And I was so excited. I was like, yes, he's okay. She'll be okay. And then I was like, well, maybe she doesn't have a broken jaw. Maybe she just has a really bad tooth infection. And this is really helping, and she'll just get better. So I called the vet, and we went into the vet. And he was like, well, let me just get some preliminary x-rays. Just quick ones of her skull and see if there's anything we can see. Well, the news came back that she did indeed have a broken jaw, at least on one side. And then when they looked at it closer, he said, okay, well, if you look further in on this x-ray, here is where the other side of the jaw comes down. And he goes, I think there's a break there too. So she had bilateral breakage of her jaw. So she broke both sides of her jaw. And she was so chipper and happy that I couldn't imagine. I mean, Yorkies can live like 14 to 20 years. And I was like, I don't think she's done. And I was like, I don't think she's done. I can't afford to do this surgery, but I can't even think about putting down a perfectly healthy, happy dog. So we got in touch um, with a dental specialist for dogs, and we took her there the exact same day, like within an hour of seeing the regular vet. And we went in and saw them, and they were like, we think she probably has a broken jaw too. And they were like, let's do blood work and then they brought out the estimate. And I could have like fallen over. Like, the estimate was unreal. Let me go ahead and go press these, and I'll be right back. I'm going to press them on my big machine. It's easier than my little one. But they came back with the estimate, and it was a hit to the gut. But I mean, at that point, you have no choice. I mean, you can't let her live with a broken jaw. Now granted, they weren't going to do anything for her broken jaw. They were going to go in and just remove all of her diseased teeth. Because being a little teeny tiny dog, she didn't have enough bone in her jaw for them to use any plates of any kind. And she didn't have any teeth for them to wire her jaw secure. So all they were going to do was go in and remove all of her teeth, or most of her teeth. So they didn't even actually do any like severe surgery per se. They just removed most of her teeth except for two. So that's what they did, is they removed all of her teeth except for two. And then she was going to be in a muzzle for, I think they say, for the next 6 weeks. She's going to be in a muzzle to hopefully allow the jaw to heal, or at least become stable enough for her to live out the rest of her life, right? So, and they wanted to do blood work because she is an older dog. Well, during the blood work, they said she has kidney disease. Like stage 3 kidney disease, so it's pretty. So then we were hit with that one too. Oh, okay. So what I'm doing is I am now gluing the opening shut. So this opening is where we flipped it inside out the first time. Now I'm gluing it shut, and then the next flip will be through the zipper opening. Will be the inside going to the outside. If that makes sense. If it doesn't, I'll explain it again. So, where was I? They said she had kidney disease, which also she may or may not have kidney disease because she hadn't been drinking as well because, I mean, her mouth was broken, her jaw's broken, so she hadn't really no interest in eating or drinking. So lack of water can jack up your kidneys pretty fast. So anyway, when they took her in for her surgery that on Thursday, not this past Thursday, the Thursday before, they took her in and they had an anesthesiologist who cost a lot, who was keeping an eye on her during her surgery. And apparently her surgery was very touch and go because her blood pressure would be normal and then it would crash and then they would get it back to steady and then it would crash and then it would go high and then it would come down and then it would, so it was not a good um it wasn't very good surgery because she's older and it's anesthesia, it's harder on older dogs and older people and all of that. So she had her surgery. Oh, they also said her potassium level got too high, which they said usually happens from anesthesia, and that it should go down after, which it did, luckily. And she was able to come through her surgery. And then when we went to pick her up, my husband and I went and picked her up and brought her home. But when we got there, they had just given her like an opioid to try and help with the pain and all of that. And I have never heard her cry the way that she did with the opioid in her system. Like, I think that was the most traumatizing moment for me. Just because, like, you know, it's like when you hear your children cry and you know it's not just like like, there's different types of cries. So, like, when I heard her cry, I was like, oh, that might be some other. I was like, oh, there's a dog back there that's not having a good time of it. And it was actually her. It wasn't another dog. It was only her. Um, it was scary. So the first night was pretty scary. Um, and all the pain medication they had her on, like it was she did not do well for the first like 2 days. And she also hated the muzzle. Like the muzzle, she cannot stand the muzzle. And she refuses to eat or drink with the muzzle on, even though they said, oh, she should be able to do it. She won't do it. So, like, for the first, like, day and a half, she would not eat or drink. And I started to get worried that, like, we did all of this for her to give up. And I was like, I don't want her to give up. So, but I also have 2 kids and they're in the house and they're rambunctious and they're loud and all of that. So I ended up taking her back to my parents' house where it's quieter and she can have more peace and relaxation. Um, so I did that, took her back to my parents and, you know, told them all the medication she had to take, all of that stuff. And my dad started taking her muzzle off so she could get some water and get some food and um she started to do much better. So she's been back at my parents um and she's been doing a lot better and she's eating and drinking and um so I was really worried for the first like 2 days. Um I was worried that she had to go back in and all of that. So, but she's doing okay. She's healing. She just went in for her first recheck on this past Thursday. I took her into the dentist office and they checked in her mouth and they said everything was healing wonderfully and her mouth could close again, and there was no signs of infection from the surgery, so that's positive. So hopefully everything just continues to get better from there. But I do, if you are not aware, on my website, I do have a fundraiser going on for Zoe because, as you can guess, um, the vet bills and her dentist bill and surgery bill are astronomical. And we are a one income family. I try to be upfront with everyone. We're an one income family. My husband is the only one who has a job outside the home. And I take care of the kiddos. I homeschool the kiddos. That's my job. And I have this small little business that is extremely small. It's not like budding, like it's not like a blossoming business. But to do my part, this is me trying to help in some way, shape, or form. And I would never ask anyone for money, ever. So in order to, make it positive for you and help us out a little, that's why I have a discount code going. So if you are interested in the discount code, it's Zoe, capital ZOEY. And that is active on my website for the foreseeable future for right now. It'll probably be going on for, I don't know, 2 or 3 months maybe. Just so that I can somehow help out in, I mean, I budget for our family, but so that I can feel like I'm helping in some way, like, if that makes sense. And if you can't make a purchase, that's fine. I didn't do it to make people feel bad for me or to guilt trip anyone into anything. It's just for me to feel better about myself for trying to help, because I can't just randomly get a job and get my kids into school and like so this is me doing my part, what I can. I also have a PayPal if anyone's interested in, if they don't want to make a purchase but they do want to make a donation, you can 100% do that. But once again, I'm not asking for anything. That is why I'm offering a discount code, so that you're getting something out of it. I'm not looking for money. So I'm just going to say that. That's my disclaimer. But what I'm doing here, and I figured I would just give everyone that spiel so that they know what's going on with my puppy. She's not a puppy, but she's like a puppy. She's only 7 pounds, so she's a teeny tiny little thing. Um so what I'm doing now is I'm gluing up the bottom. So I'm still doing that. I've gotten 4 bags done. And I use Fabri-Tac for gluing it together. And I just go along here, keep adding it. You could sew this closed, but I don't really want to set up my sewing machine and all that stuff, so I just use Fabri-Tac. And these bags are not meant to be washed. I mean, you could maybe wash them. I've never tried, but I have on my website to spot clean them only, like just, clean it with spot clean it and let it air dry. They're not meant to be tossed into the washer. But this is all I do. So I just and this glue smells blech. It smells like acetone. If you paint your nails, you know what the smell of acetone smells like. It's gross. And then I usually set a timer for like 5 minutes so that it can dry. And I have one more to do, but I don't have enough clips to do it. So I'm going to let those dry for like 5 minutes. Let me set my timer for 5 minutes. Husband is texting me. Okay. All right. Now, 5 minutes. Start that. I gotta write someone. Sorry. There's a message. Okay. So that's drying. These ones should almost be done. Okay, does anyone have any questions? Let's lighten the mood so it's not so dreary. Clean off the tip of this. Almost. Oh, 2 more minutes. Okay, what could I do in 2 minutes? That's why I'm like, anyone have any questions? So I guess I'll go over again what bags I hopefully will have up by tonight. So I will have my basic Halloween treats bag with the black zipper. I will have one of these up, and hopefully I'll have two of with the black zipper. So I'll have this one up. This one has a white zipper. I intended it to have a black zipper and I screwed up, and so this one's perfectly fine. There's nothing wrong with it. I didn't ruin it. Just my brain wasn't there. So there will be some of these up. So there will be one of these, two with the black zipper. So these are the see-through. There will be two of these up. Then there will be my snowman or winter wonderland. So I have the see-through one, and then I have the basic one. So those will be up tonight. And then I will also have hello? Okay. Can you hear me now? Hello? Hello? Okay. This should be working now. Is it working? No, it stopped. It showed that it wasn't working on mine either. But can you hear me now? Just let me know. I don't know why it stopped. Sorry. Um so I'm not opposed to things, but like one, if I have to draw it and I have to have it printed, that's expensive. That's like $20 a yard, and it takes like 2-ish weeks to have it done. Um, was there anything in particular that you were looking for? Okay, so my alarm went off, so I can take this off. Sorry, that was loud. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go ahead and glue this one while it's sitting here. But like I said, I'm not opposed to it, but also I just want everyone to remember that I homeschool, and so I do that 4 to 6 hours a day. So I don't this isn't my number one job. Like if my kids were at school, this could be my number one thing. So but since they're not, I just don't have as much time in the day to do those things. Hearts on the fabric. I mean, I do have one that I've drawn. I feel like I need to have a fair amount of interest in it since it is a big purchase. Like because I do draw, and I do have one that has hearts, but it's pretty basic. I mean, I'm sure I can find hearts on fabric at stores. So I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to it. I can totally do that, but I would have to go out and go on an exploration day, see if you can find what you're looking for. Okay, I think that's good. And I would love one day, so if you're familiar with Crafts with Craftsy, which many diamond painters are, she specializes in release papers for diamond paintings and pens and tumblers and all of that. I am one of her licensed artists, if you didn't know. I'm currently working on a underwater one, like sea turtles and such. And I would love to be able to offer fabric, like bags with my designs on them. Just that's a lot to do because she can print it on things. I can't print it so easily with fabric. So, but that would be fun to be able to offer some of my designs on bags. So those ones are done. That one still has to dry for a little while. Now, this is going to be my second kerning. So after I've taken this off, they've all dried, then I'm going to turn it again. So you're going to open up the zipper, and you're going to flip it one more time. This, see how it gets crinkly and yucky? So you flip it, get that out, and get this out. Okay, this corner out. And there is that bag. Well, there is the finished bag. Let me press it so you can get a good look at it. Make sure I don't touch the vinyl, because that would really stink if I ruined it now. Okay. And I press the back to make it nice and flat. Let's really turn right out all the way. is falling. And my shirt's riding up. Okay. So, here is the finished one. I just, because when I'm in a store and I see something that I like and I think is cute, that's usually what I choose. So this is the one with the black zipper, and here's the one with the white zipper. I just like, there's a corner. I just personally like the black zipper better, just because it, I don't know, it goes better with it. I don't know, when I think Halloween, I don't think white, except for a ghost. So, I like the black zipper. So, those will be up. So now I just, press, turn, and press all the rest of these. I don't have any set way of determining. Whenever I'm out and about at a store or a local quilt shop, one thing that I do have to say about local quilt shops that I do like is that they offer fabrics that are more suitable for smaller projects, because you need a pattern that is more visible versus, you know, if you were making a blanket, your pattern could be bigger, right? The pattern that's on it can be larger versus if you're making a bag, you need a pattern that you can see a lot more of it versus like a giant bat. If you had a giant bat, it would only take up the whole bag. So that's one thing that I do like about quilt shops is they think about the smaller patterns. Oops. I've also had people say, you should totally make diamond paintings. So, I mean, maybe that could be in my future if I make a design that I like enough to have sent to become a diamond painting. Maybe. I don't know. That's not something I really thought about. But it would be neat to be able to have diamond paintings for sale. So this one will be easier to flip inside out because it's all fabric and it's not the vinyl. I also used to do a lot more event specific bags. That started last year with the Oz and Og. That was my first year of making an event specific bag. However, the rest of the event, like the first two events, like Oz and Og and Grills and Chills, went pretty good. I was happy with it, all of that. And then the rest of the events, like I loved making the bag, but nobody really loved the bag. And my event bags were also a lot more expensive because there was a lot more work and time and effort that went into it. So, depending on the bag. So, I'll share some of my bags. So these ones I can press flat, and these other ones I have to hand press. So for example, let me grab some of my embed bags. So currently there's no place like home. So I created this bag. I actually digitized the shoes. Um, and then I just added it to look more like Dorothy's shoes. So, this was my first Oz and Og bag. So, hand drawing and then hand digitizing all of this takes time. Um, this one, which was probably a bigger flop, unfortunately, which I loved making it. It just didn't sell. Um, so um, this one was for Ticket to Ride this year, and I hand drew the guitar, the tickets, and the piano, and then the music notes and everything. I hand drew all that. Then I found some other items from online, and I also digitized the peace sign. But the flowers I found elsewhere, I purchased them. And I contacted a digitizer because I didn't have time. I contacted a digitizer to digitize this for me. So that cost probably around $30 to $40 to have them make that. Then I added the wording. So, and then the cost of this kind of fabric. So I have these left. I have a few of these left. They're all in my clearance section because there's nothing I can do with them now. The event is over. I also hand drew this design. I don't know if you can see it. So I hand drew the sword. So this was a play off of Dakota Detweiler's Angel of Justice, and I hand drew that whole design, and then I sent it to a digitizer because there was no way I was going to be able to digitize the feathers and the little I don't know what to call it, the little thing, this design behind the sword. So I contacted my digitizer and had him digitize that for me. That was money as well. So I was making them in big bulk. I was making bulk items, so I was making several at a time and all of that, and then I would have them ready to go, so I didn't have to take the time to make them and then send them. But that kind of bit me in the butt because then nobody purchased them, and I was like, oh no, I'm sitting on a lot of fabric that could have been used for something else. And then I have this one's more basic. This one does not have embroidery on it because I thought it took away from the pretty design of the fabric. So I did not embroider on this. So this one's is a cheaper bag because I didn't have to have all that extra work done. The only thing is these are also personalized, but they're personalized on the inside. So if you're taking part in the Asian event, the Asian themed DP along for 2025, it is also personalized on the inside. So I have like 10 to 12 of these left, and hopefully they sell because I won't be able to sell them otherwise because they are personalized. That's why, in a way, I have moved away from event specific bags just because um it's a lot of investment and then it doesn't come back. So, not to be like, oh, I'm selfish and everything, but it's just a lot of extra work and it didn't work out. So now I'm going to go ahead and press these by hand. staying away from the vinyl so I don't screw it up. I need to get my water so that it's nice and smooth when I press it. Because sometimes wrinkles form on the back, and I just like to squirt it with some water, and that helps to steam the wrinkles out. Tape is in the way. Yeah, I still have them all on my website. So the ones where the event is over, I've discounted them by a lot. So some of those were $50 or $60. And now they're like 30. So they're over half the price of what they were. I still have them all on my website. They're all in the clearance section. So I mean, technically, if somebody wanted to try my bags but didn't want to like spend the full amount. I mean, right now you're getting a pretty good deal with the 20% off for the Zoe discount. But I mean, if you really wanted to try a bag, that would be a great way to try it, is go to the clearance and, get a bag that has something on it that you're like, what is this? But so I'm just going to press this out. Okay. Those are pressed. Thought I had another one that I had pressed. Okay, now I'm going to go ahead and go press these on my big heat press. And sometimes after I've heat pressed them on my big heat press, I will press them a little better on here. Like I'll spray it with water. Spray it with water and then get some of them wrinkles out. Because I want it to look as nice as I can when I send it out. I mean, it's not going to be perfect, because I mean, fabric is going to wrinkle, but there's that. So that's done. I swear I had one. Oh, I tucked it away. Okay, so this one is done. Now I will add my little, they're not tabs, but I add some ribbon onto my bags so that it's easier for you to zip. So it's like a little tassel, or I'll have to show you. It's hard for me to think of a word for it. So I'll flip this inside out. And then I will also wrap this. It didn't flip well. Okay. Then I just heat press this. So that one's heat pressed. Now this one's not going to get as flat because I don't have all that pressure from my heat press over there to push it down to flatten it. So, and now you can see the difference between the white. The white looks fine, but you can see the difference between the black zipper and the white zipper. So either one's fine. They will both be available, so you can go on my website and say, sorry, my shirt keeps riding up. You can go on my website and there will be an option for the white zipper or the black zipper until the whites are gone. So then how many do I need? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I need 6 of these. 2, 4, 5, 6. So these are what I add on to my bags to make it easier for you to zip. I just like to warm them up a little with my heat press. Okay, so now I add them onto the zipper themselves. So fold that up. It's kind of hard to get it on into the zipper because the hole on the zipper is very small. So takes a little finagling. And then I pull tight, and then you got like this. And I usually trim it and heat seal it so that it looks nicer. And I just do that for all the bags. It's just an added thing that I do. It's not something that I have to do, but I think most of my customers I think most of my customers appreciate when I do that. Because it gives them something a little more to grip onto because the zipper head itself is pretty small. And I just tuck it through. Okay. I just go through that process for all of the bags. Okay, and then pull it tight. One's done. I have 3 more to go. And there's a certain direction that I like them to be on all of my bags. So I'm very particular about what my bags look like every single one of. I like them to look all uniform as best I can. Now, the design isn't going to be the same on every bag, but I do like to have my, all the zipper pulls. That's the word. I like to have all the zipper pulls going in the same direction. And I like to have all my tags in the same place on each bag. They need to be in a certain place. So I'm very particular about that kind of stuff. My attention to detail is goodness. Hello? 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 It's doing something weird. Hello? Hello? Can you still hear me? Yes? No? So what I do with this is I just heat seal the ends because this is polyester. All you have to do is run a lighter over it and it kind of melts it so that it heat seals it and it won't ay ay. Save. Can you hear me? You're gone. You're back. You're gone. You're back. You're gone. Uh, oh man. This is maybe it's my computer's way of saying get off alive. You've been on for too long. It's like I don't maybe my computer doesn't want to hear me talk anymore. So if you ever have polyester ribbon, you can just and you don't want it to fray, just trim off the frayed bit or whatever it is, and then take your lighter and heat seal the ends. And it'll melt it and they won't fray anymore. So, if you didn't know that bit of information. Well, at least there's people here to tell me that they can't hear me. Versus I've done lives before where I was on for a full hour and no one was on watching me. But after the fact, I went to go look at the video just to make sure everything was okay. And I was like, wait, you can't hear me. And I talked to myself for a full hour. Okay, that's pretty bad. Okay. And then okay. So all of those bags are done. Yay! Okay. And I will probably call it quits on the live. I've been live for 6 hours. Sorry, guys. Um, Apparently I've been live for 6 hours. Didn't know that. But that's what the finished bags look like. So here is the poppies with the black zipper. And then I have the regular poppy bag. So basic bag, see-through bag. Those will be relisted. Then I will also have the basic bag of the Halloween treats. And then the see-through bag of the Halloween treats. So I will also have one with a white zipper. So you can choose from the, I thought I saw something in there. You can choose from the black zipper or the white zipper, and whatever is there until it's gone. And then I also will have the see-through snowman and the basic snowman bag. I will also be adding my purple flowers. So I'll be adding these as well. So the basic purple mini floral, and then the basic or the see-through purple mini floral. So I'll have those up on my website as well. So I think that's all the bags that I will have up on my website. So I'm gonna go finish a bag and not ruin that one. And then I will get to work on taking photos and getting everything watermarked and uploaded and all of that stuff. So, do you guys have any final questions for me or anything you're wondering about? I'll wait a second in case you guys have anything you want to ask. And then, um, I'll head out. So, any questions? I know the live was a lot longer than I thought it was. See, I can get down in my craft room and I can go for hours and hours. I haven't eaten today. And it's 3:32 my time and I haven't eaten. So I should eat. But I can literally get into my craft area and just like lose time. I can lose hours and hours and hours. That's why I don't have time to do it with my kids around. So any questions? Okay. So if there's no questions, I believe I have my website linked down below. Also, remember I'm still running the fundraiser for Zoe, so you can get 20% off of a $10 or more purchase by using the code word Zoe at checkout. Make sure you put it in at checkout. If you guys have any more questions, see? Yeah, I'm the worst at taking care of me. But thank you everyone. Like, I don't think you guys understand. It means the world to me when people join me because that's the only reason why I go live. I go live for company. I don't have anyone that hangs out with me. I don't have any local friends that enjoy anything that I do. So just to be able to create and also have company and people that are like cheering me on to keep going is the only thing that helps me keep going, or I wouldn't do this. So I very, very, very much appreciate you all coming. Whether you were here for a few minutes or you were here for the long haul, I very much appreciate it, and I hope you enjoyed watching everything, and I hope I kind of described stuff enough for you. And go ahead and check out my website, and I hope you all have a great day, and I hope you have a great 3-day weekend, and I will see you all next time.